Opa. Tā. Jā. Prātam, tūlīt vēl kolēģi pievienos. Okay, sound test. So, believe we are ready to start. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 17th Annual Scientific Baltic Business Management Conference. And this year's topic of discussion is focused on leading transformations towards sustainability, covering both headwinds and tailwinds. Today we will have some 4 plenary sessions covering topics on green digital finance, innovations and sustainability, also innovation systems, and also we'll cover new generation business and finance education. And yes, my name is Didis Rutīts. I will lead the first plenary session as moderator, but now for the opening of the conference. First, I would like to invite our rector of BA School of Business Finance, Professor Liga Pēcniece. Please. Yeah.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, do you hear me? Yeah, okay. Good morning, dear International Scientific Conference participants and partners. I would like to welcome all of you at our conference, which demonstrate our long-term partnership, responsibility, and engagement. BA School of Business and Finance, together with RISEBA University of Applied Science and the Stockholm School of Economics, started cooperation almost 15 years ago to enhance the capacity for exchange of research ideas. We have been partners despite difficulties during the economic crisis, pandemics, or structural changes. We are very pleased to welcome the conference participants from Switzerland, Germany, Canada, Brazil, UK, United States, Denmark, and other countries who work together with our local researchers in international teams by enriching the scope of research. With every year, conferences have become international and even global, where we all can exchange views and learn from each other. The conference topics has always been connected with relevant issues for society in Latvia, the Baltics, or globally. The conference topics have been always raised a lot of valuable discussions. I would like to mention some of conference topics that demonstrate higher education, research capacity, and show the research community is always at the forefront. Just to mention some conference topics. 2019. Foreseeing challenges and opportunities for organizations at the macro and micro level. 2020, business and finance, multi-perspective of digital age. It was before COVID started. 2021, collaboration, digital innovation and sustainability. 2022, building strategic resilience in times of uncertainty. 2023, in search for way out of the microcrisis, challenges and opportunities. This year, the conference topic is very important because going green and being sustainable benefits the whole society and improves the quality of life. The topic chosen for this year is leading transformation towards sustainability, headwinds and tailwinds. And it confirms that scientists feel responsible for processes that take place in our society and contribute through the research to long-term impact for future generations, for each individual and for society in general. Researchers are the ones who search for answers to complex issues and educate society. Topics you will hear various, today you will hear various topics which will be covered by scientists and industry experts: green digital finance, innovations and sustainability, partnership management, new generation business and finance education. I am sure that today scientific discussions will be crucial for networking with like-minded researchers. They will enhance the interest of all participants who have joined the face-to-face or online today and will join tomorrow to build a stronger research community for the benefit of our society. I wish you all exciting discussions, valuable experience gained from each other, and let's cooperate and let's be responsible. Thank you so much.
And since this conference has been organized together with our long-term partners, also from RISEBA University and Stockholm School of Economics in Riga, first I'd like also to invite the rector of RISEBA University, Professor Lucija Rutka, for opening words. So, please.
Good morning. Dear honorable rectors, colleagues, professors, students, guests, I am glad to welcome you to the annual Baltic Business Management Conference, which is an important event not only in our universities, but also in the field on our international cooperation and in higher education in the world. Currently, we are in the era of rapid digital transformation, comprehensive globalization, and we are also impacted by political and economic challenges. In this matter, I would like to emphasize the development of science and scientific research in various fields, including interdisciplinarity, is of great significance. Our universities provide globally competitive education, and the study process is based on science. It is equally important to make decisions based on scientific research. Ensuring the achievement of the organization's goals, its strategic development, and sustainability. I would like to thank all conference organizers for organizing this conference, all participants for very interesting and innovative research topic and discuss. I would like to wish you professionally and scientifically productive and exciting conference days and a lot of positive emotions and many ideas for future researches and conferences. Un es gribētu pateikt dažus teikumus latviešu valodā, lai mūsu ciemiņi no ārzemēm mazliet dzirdētu mūsu latviešu valodu. Mana galvenā doma, ko es gribēju teikt, atklāšanas vārdos, ka šajā laikā, kad notiek ļoti visaptverošs globalizācijas process, spēcīga digitālā transformācija ļoti strauja, kā arī dažādi izaicinājumi politiskajā un ekonomiskajā jomā, manuprāt, ir ārkārtīgi svarīgi pieņemt lēmumus, balstoties uz zinātniskiem pētījumiem. mūsu universitātēs studiju process ir balstīts zinātnē, un tas nodrošina konkurētspēju un attīstību. Un es gribētu, lai šīs konferences dienas ir ne tikai zinātniski piepildītas un profesionāli lietderīgas, bet arī aizraujošas, lai tās sagādā daudz pozitīvu emociju un arī rada jaunas idejas turpmākām konferencēm un pētījumiem. Thank you for your attention. Liels paldies par jūsu uzmanību.
And now, also on behalf of our cooperation partner, Stockholm School of Economics in Riga, I'd like to invite Professor Anne Soka for a few opening words.
Yeah, good morning, dear participants of the 17th Annual Scientific Baltic Business Management Conference, or ASBB. MC. I still remember this 17 years ago when we were in a small room together with colleagues from Bangkok School and RISEBA and trying to make this abbreviation in a way that it is not too long, it just makes sense. And this is what we finally came up with. So I'm still looking, you know, I still cannot remember all these words, but I think it's not that important. The most important is that we are here. And this 17 years ago, or a bit earlier, SSC Riga decided to join this partnership for a simple reason. Well, no, we believe in research. We believe in research. We believe in the importance of the research. We believe in collaboration to do the research. We believe in international nature of the research. And we also believe, and I personally believe, that research is where the people that want to do research are. And it does not matter, you know, is this a very small business school like SSC Riga? I mean, we basically have only one program in bachelor students and one executive MBA students. Nevertheless, we do the research, and we don't care whether we are called a scientific institution or not. So in the hearts, we are scientific. And I know that Bangkok School and RISEBA are in the heart scientific. And, you know, and even better, we see that new generations come in. I still feel, you know, I still consider myself a young generation as a researcher. You know, we try to innovate, we try to do things, but I also see that there are some PhD students who started later and now they are sort of already on a high level, and we see some of them here in the audience. And I hope that also many PhDs, I know that there was a PhD student event yesterday as a pre-conference that we also started some time ago, and I hope that this initiative will continue, and I also hope that some of those PhD students will also join today the discussion, because indeed, as Rector highlighted, we need research, we need science, both for fundamental reasons to create something new that at some point will be also in a textbooks. We need it to be integrated when we teach students, but we also need it for the policy reasons. And Latvia, Baltic countries in general, this region, you know, we are in desperate need of more analytical decisions. And some of them, the newest trends, we will also certainly discuss today in the panels and later on. So, you know, wishing you all the very, very best memories after this conference, and you know, looking forward to this. Thank you.
So, really, thank you, rectors, for inspiring opening marks and words for today's participants. And with this, I would say that we can announce the 17th Annual Scientific Conference to be opened. And let's start with actually the first plenary session of today, dedicated to the topic of green digital finance. And I'm very grateful, actually, that both presenters today have found possibility to arrive in person and be here attending with the live presentations. And first, we will have, let's say, more academic view perspective on the green digital finance, followed by industry participants, also feedback and review on the business model, how the green digital finance can be implemented in practice, and that we will follow by discussion panel that will join both academy representatives, industry representatives, and also regulatory representatives, so that we have balanced views actually to drive the discussion. And now I would like to invite Professor Thomas Puschmann, founder and executive director of Global Center of Sustainable Digital Finance, Stanford University, partnership with University of Zurich and Korea Advanced Institute of Science Technology, for his keynote on green digital finance. So please, Professor, and we can start with presentation. So yes, here will be.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, good. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this kind invitation. It's a big pleasure here to be with you to talk about this topic, which is really in my heart for some time already. As we see in it now, the financial sector is really going through a transformation, which started some years ago with digitalization, fintech, and also sustainability. It's kind of a dual transformation that we can observe there. And the convergence of these two has given rise to a new paradigm, which I called sustainable digital finance or green digital finance, more focused on the environmental goals. I think a major driver for this green digital finance has been the unprecedented development of technologies like blockchain and most recently AI. And I just want to give you an example of what we just discover now at the moment. Maybe you have read that on May 8th, a team from Google DeepMind researchers has published a paper on which is called AlphaFold 3. I don't know if you have heard about that yet. The content of that paper basically is that AI is now possible to identify the accurate structure and prediction of biomolecular interactions of whole life on Earth. So we can basically do everything now. If that what is written in the paper is really true, I think it's a really great step forward. Well, if we apply that also to finance, I think finance is very complex indeed, but it might not be so complex as what we have seen or what we have here with our life and human bodies. So I think that was also the reason why we founded this center last year in May. As an answer to what IT and technologies can really do for improving and accelerating green finance. And I want to lead you a little bit through what we have or where we currently stand and what we think where it might go to in the next few years. So going back a little bit to some definitions, that's where we researchers usually start. You might know them. Sustainable finance suggests basically that financial institutions consider the sustainable development goals not only in investing and lending decisions, but include them more as a core component in their business models. That was already proposed in 2017. Well, if you look at the numbers, what we are seeing out there is that investments are still rather low. There is still a approximately 4 to 6 trillion funding gap for the SDGs, which is still huge. So there is still a lot of things to do there. Then green finance, which is discussed as a subcategory of sustainable finance, basically which is focused on the sustainable development goals, which are very much focused on the environment, which are the SDGs 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and if you want so, also the ones that are on partnership-related goals, which is the SDG number 17. 13 is very much focused on climate specifically, But all others are also environmentally related. And if you look at green digital finance specifically, then it is targeted at IT innovations that have a clear focus on the environmental SDGs in finance. So you can narrow it down basically from there. So if you want to have a look at what this means, what the scope of that could be, then you can also include those 3 dimensions of sustainability, finance, and digitalization. And if you narrow it down to green, then it would be a very clear focus on the environmental SDGs. If you look into finance, it has all to do with payments, investments, financing, but you could also look at insurance, which is very much about prevention or protection. And then you have the whole range of IT, starting with the most recent hype around AI, also blockchains, quantum computing, and there are many, many more. And the important thing and the exciting thing about is that all is the convergence of all these technologies. So take, for example, the AI domain. We are still not able to understand where the results come from that AI gives us, like ChatGPT, for example. You type something in and there's something coming up there, but you can't really trace back where the results come from. Wouldn't that be great if we would have that, especially in the finance domain, where financial regulators will really force us to do so? They won't allow any AI-based systems to show up that can't prove where the content is coming from. Blockchains were invented exactly for that. So they allow you to track and trace back kind of proof of origin of content and of products and services, for example, in supply chain. So if you could combine them and link them together, then you could maybe also track back the results where the AI results come from. So this is just one example of the convergence of technologies and how they fit together and how they might help to really foster green digital finance here on a broader scale. So there are some examples around here, like digital currencies for waste management, improvement in smart cities. So think of an incentive system in Sao Paulo, for example, in Brazil, where people get rewarded if they bring back the garbage from the street by a digital currency that is issued by the city there. So you get basically paid for that, and the city can save money for that. Or the traditional domains of robo-advisors for impact investments or payment systems on blockchain-based platforms for renewable energy. So you can see that it's not only finance, but it also has a finance component in also every other industry, like energy or mobility, which then also can be connected to that. So these are just a few examples, and let me show you one specific one, which is from Sweden, just around the corner, that I like very much. It's from Do Economy. You might know that example. They just partnered up with some large firms like MasterCard, for example. Transparency has always been a big thing here in finance specifically, but also if you go into green. How do I know what my carbon footprint is, for example? Well, with that app here, you can do that. You can basically calculate your personal carbon footprint based on your payments behavior. So it takes the payments transactions from your bank account, and in that case here, from MasterCard, from your payments transactions over your credit card, and based on what is called the Arland Index API, which does that on the merchant category codes, basically can calculate then what your personal carbon footprint is. I think that's a very nice example to get a little bit more transparency, even if it's not precise 100%. It shows you what it means when you book a flight, when you go to the gas station, if you buy food and all these things. Another example, which I also like very much, comes from the rainforest. And it shows that the natural capital can also be a source of finance for green finance. If you look at countries like Brazil or many others that have a very large rainforest, they can only capitalize on that today if the farmers burn down the rainforest, if they use it for agricultural land. But wouldn't it be great if the rainforest would remain and the countries and the farmers could capitalize on it even if they don't burn it down? And that is done here in an example where they use blockchain and digital assets and tokenizations basically securitize that on a financial platform so you can invest in it. That could be philanthropies, that could be states or countries or international corporations that invest in those rainforests. And in order to keep it as it is and to also, for you as an investor, to be sure that it remains like that, you could use drones, for example, and to monitor them, so that that you can really be sure that the rainforest also is there in 10 or 5 years. So that is another nice example of how technology can help to apply those mechanisms of green finance. So the potentials basically are really huge. These are just numbers that I collected from OECD and the UN. Don't get me if these are really precise. Probably not. It's just predictions or estimates that we can see. But getting there from it, you have a possibility to enable improved sustainable consumption. So that was just the example of the economy that we just saw. We have transparency, and you include that in your consumption behavior as a consumer, you're able to get more. Maybe out of that. It's a 47 trillion game here. You could also embed the SDG in business models. Well, that's what we are seeing with all the green fintech startups at the moment, but also the banks trying to include that. Most of the corporations trying to do that. Well, the focus is more on trying at the moment because they're far away from really doing that. The third thing is financial inclusion and development finance. There are many examples around there for infrastructure investments in developing countries, for example. If you use digital wallets and give people access, they can themselves invest in their own infrastructure, which not only gives them the possibility to enrich their infrastructure locally, but also they might get even a payback for that. So it's kind of a tool also for an investment. So financial inclusion in that case also helps to improve green finance. And then on the far right here, there's this 185 trillion market of the capital markets, where there is a big game also embedding the sustainable development goals. And I think we only have touched a small fraction of that yet. So there is still a huge opportunity there. So what is the status quo if we come to what we have seen? So we've done a comprehensive analysis just recently in the paper, which is called Green FinTech, and delved deeper into what is around yet. So what we saw basically is that most research has been conducted in the field of blockchain, tokens, and cryptocurrencies, when you look at it specifically from a technology field. Then secondly, most of them focus on a very specific area, like electronic marketplaces, agricultural sustainability. So it's a very isolated field. And thirdly, most of them are in cases. So they just show and outline some specific cases of how it was done. There is no more comprehensive research because there is no data around yet more comprehensively, and we don't know how that whole field develops yet. So that was our discovery here, and I also want to know, as some of you are from the industry, also want to delve deeper a little bit more into what we can see there. in practice. So there is these two things between technology and data, which enables everything. But on the other side, we can also see that regulation and adaptation is something that either fosters and spurs the whole development, or might also be a limitation for it. Let me quickly go into both of them. Regulation and adoption, well, what we have seen is since around 2024, there were also, of course, some other things before, but really major developments on major financial marketplaces. Japan started to draft disclosure standards. In 2025, Hong Kong started that, the EU started it, the UK, then in Singapore requires it in 2026, the USA and China up from 2027 on, and also from 2028 on, Singapore requires it for all companies, even the non-listed ones. So you can see that the policymakers and the regulators really start to push it forward. And I think this is the reason also why we will see more of that coming. Together with the technology that enables a lot. I think this is probably the most important answer to what we can see there. In terms of technology and data, there is, let me take one example from another paper that we did, which was on Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions in the value chains. I think this is a very important field since it touches not only finance but also the real economy. And we did that in a joint collaboration with the UN convened Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance and really tried to identify what the current limitations are and where it could go to. So what we can see at the moment is that Scope 2 and Scope 1 emissions can be calculated in a way. But when it comes to Scope 3 emissions, the indirect emissions that need to be included downstream or upstream a certain value chain from all the suppliers, then it's getting harder because you very much need to rely on what is called secondary data. So these are mostly estimates that you have around. You can't really calculate it exactly because most suppliers, especially at the beginning of a certain value chain, you don't have much data around, right? Especially if they are in any emerging countries or developing countries. So that is one thing. And the second thing is that we currently very much concentrate on organizational data. So we calculate it from a specific organization standpoint. We say this company has that footprint, this has that one. But if you look at it from a product perspective, you need to include also all other suppliers that were involved in it. So you need to have kind of what is called product data here as well. And when it comes to emission data, we're also very limited because we don't have any real-time data. We don't have the precise numbers of who emissions what. So it's very hard. So how would that be if we would have a kind of a digital data infrastructure which would allow us to combine the secondary data, the primary data of the companies that are involved, and all the organizational product and emission data in one place? Well, you would then say, why should companies share that? And would they really share it because of privacy concerns, because of security reasons? They probably won't do that because of jurisdictional borders that are involved in that, different regulatory requirements. Well, there are ways from a technology standpoint today that you can do that. So it shouldn't be a problem. So from my point of view, it's really an excuse to not do it. So we are able to really do more than just one-to-one interfaces between systems from one company to one other. We would be able to do something like that, but it would require an international effort to do so, and I think we are not yet there. Some of the larger institutions, like the Bank for International Settlements, for example, and some others, try to work on that. And it'll be interesting to see over the next years if something like that will evolve. That's just one example from sharing greenhouse emission data. There are many more. So what is, if you look for the incumbents, we already talked about that, the banks and the insurance companies, they are still, well, I would say in their traditional game, trying to do something when it comes to sustainable and green investments and lending. So innovation, and that's what we've seen with the early fintech startups over the last, I would say, 20 years already, comes from startups. Innovation is really driven by them. So we looked into 531 sustainable fintech startups that really focus on that specific part. And we developed kind of a taxonomy here and analyzed them according to these 4 perspectives: strategy, organization, information technology, and sustainability benefits. And looked into them, what they are doing, what their focus is, right? So what we identified is that in terms of their business model, for example, if you divide that into customer intimacy, which is more the customer relationship, product leadership, which is more on capitalizing on product excellence, or on operational efficiency, streamlining business processes, then the focus is really on products and to some extent also to operational efficiency. So take, for example, analytics, where you would allow banks, for example, to better analyze if a firm is green or not. These would be examples like that here. But it's not so much on really business model innovation yet. It's more on improving existing things. So we haven't seen that much yet. Then the second thing is it's on inter-organizational networks. So that's exactly what we have also seen over the past years, that fintech startups try to collaborate, try to partner with banks, because as a standalone, in most cases, they don't have the clients, they're not able to succeed. And in that specific case, they need the banks, because it's not so much a consumer-driven business, but more a business-to-business game here. That's what we are seeing here. It's business-to-business. Well, AI, which is not surprising, is the most prominent technology that they are using, followed by other things like blockchain and like APIs. So as mentioned, the 3 fit together very nicely. And what is also very interesting is that the SDG 13, which is the climate one, is also the top priority here. So in terms of sustainable fintechs, you could also think of it as social and other things, other dimensions. The climate focus, the climate fintechs are the ones that really head here. So what are the future research topics that come out of that, if you have in mind all the trends that we have seen, all the developments also from the industry? And we use that analysis that categorizes strategy, organization, technology, and potentials, in that case, the business and sustainability ones, to come up with a research agenda. So I think one of the things in the strategic domain is clearly to be more precise on more radical innovations here. As said, it's more currently about improving existing things. It's not so much about really innovating on a more radical field. I think that is something. But I think also that technology will help to do so. So take carbon credit markets, for example, that has been around for some while. It hasn't been really successful. But I'm pretty sure if we are now able to use that technologies that, like blockchains, for example, that are around, and the regulator will also force a little bit more into that direction, I can imagine that we will get away to these carbon credit markets and see them succeed anytime near in the future. Also in terms of new products and services, Then from an organizational perspective, of course, these strategic and IT-driven changes also, they are triggering significant organizational transformation. So I think one of the trends that we are seeing is this cross-industry ecosystems that are emerging. So financial services are becoming embedded into other industries, into other ecosystems. Take mobility, take energy, and things like that. Take waste management, the example that we just had. So the blurring of the existing boundaries is something that we are seeing. How does that look like in the future? And what does that mean also for financial institutions, for the startups? I think that is a very exciting topic here. Furthermore, the integration of governments and regulatory services into these ecosystems is another important thing. Maybe you have observed it in the analysis. So there are no real government-related services around yet in this green fintech domain. So I think this is something that we need to see, because specifically in these fields of energy transformation and so on, governments are very heavily involved. And another aspect here in the organizational domain is what we just learned from the blockchains, the so-called decentralized autonomous organizations, the DAOs. I think this is a very strong and powerful instrument. If you think of it as a voting mechanism that allows you to be more democratic in a way, I could imagine that this is something that we could use also for protecting common goods like air or like land. And there was also already a Nobel Prize rewarded to that, not to the tech side of it, but to the common goods. But I think the DAO could be really the tool to bring that to the next level from a more international focus here. So I think that is one that really could foster ecosystems here for green digital finance. And lastly, technology. I think technology is the fuel here of everything. It really allows us to develop powerful and innovative new things, where tokenization will really be the next big thing. If you listen also not only to the researchers, but also to the incumbent sides like BlackRock and all these firms, they really strongly believe that this will be a very powerful thing for the next and forthcoming years. And I also think that the integration of what we already have around with the data, the existing data sources, the combination of that with new data sources that we can have from satellites, from other sources that are around, is also something we haven't really used that much yet. Combined with the open data initiatives that we have from governments and other public institutions. And finally, on the right-hand side, the potentials. I think this has been also a limitation over the past years and even decades. How can we include, or how can we integrate sustainability, and here specifically green criteria and metrics into the economic ones? Well, William Nordhaus has been the first to get also a Nobel Prize on that in 2018. He did that for the first time, combining climate science and economic science. But how would that look like then, more precisely? How can we really implement that on a broader scale on financial markets? I think this is something we haven't really delved into deeper. Of course, there are now many taxonomies around in the EU, some also in Asia or in the US. The SEC just also recently launched one. But how would that really look like in terms of bringing that as an integrated framework so that really the sustainability and the business benefits together work really? And I think that's where also the entrepreneurs have struggled so far. And I hope that this will be something for the future, where we as researchers have also something to do. Yeah, that brings me to my summary. I think digital finance and fintech will be a catalyst for green finance and will really accelerate the adoption because they provide transparency, access, and all these things that we didn't have so far. In theory, we have seen that the existing literature provides today more of an isolated view and also more of a theoretical lens. And to put that into practice also requires some more comprehensive understanding of how that might look like. We've also seen that the challenges are, well, beside that, of course, there are many more, but the core challenges are really regulation and adoption and technology and data. How could that look like in the future? When companies share data, when the regulator tries to do that with all the taxonomies and things like that, that needs to be done. And I think future research, and that has been mentioned also previously here on stage, should be interdisciplinary. I think that's the core of it. So we need to work together, the economists, the finance people, the tech people, in order to come up with some more sophisticated approaches here. And that's what we've seen with all the fintech research centers over the past years and decade that have emerged at the universities and all across the world. And I think this is a great opportunity here to go deeper into that. And now it becomes even more complex because sustainability and green require even more sophisticated stuff. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of these things happening very soon. And yeah. That's it from my side. I want to thank you very much. I want to also say that this book just was published today, so it is available online. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor, for your keynote.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to invite next presenter.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yes. Our next presenter, Rytis Urbanavičs, serving as a Chief Financial Officer at Heavy Finance, company providing midterm debt capital for SME agricultural companies to support their efforts to reduce their carbon footprint through greener practices. So, I'd like to invite Rytis to give, let's say, industry representatives' perspective, and which will be followed by then discussion panel involving industry, academics, and also public sector representatives. So, Rytis, please.
Let me check how it works. 1 second. Oh, not here. Okay. All right, so hello everyone. Happy to be here on stage. Happy to receive such a great industry introduction from Professor Puschmann. That's really the words and the definitions that we talk in our company as well, especially considering the green finance transformation. And I'm also happy to be here in Riga because this is maybe surprisingly for some of you, but one of my favorite cities in Europe, although I'm based in Vilnius, not too far away from there, but this city has something there. I was running a marathon a week ago in Riga, now here again, already have plans for the summer. So without further ado, we at Heavy Finance, we have this goal, a vision to remove 1 gigaton of CO2 emissions by 2050. This is quite sizable actually. It equals to annual CO2 emissions of Japan as a country. But we weren't always in that game of sustainability. Oh, 1 second. Somehow it doesn't work. Connection closed, it said. Okay, good. So we weren't always in that game, actually. We started as a lending marketplace that connected private investors, mostly here regionally, to the farmers, small, medium farmers mostly, who needed capital to switch from working capital or purchase new tractor, other equipment, extend their farmland, etc., etc. But then at some point we saw that this industry, although being an industry that feeds us and brings the food to our table, is also one of the main contributors to the CO2, to the greenhouse emissions, contributing around 20% of the total. So that's pretty harsh reality. And there are many reasons for that, but one of the main reasons is actually unsustainable farming methods that are being applied in the industry on a European Union and mostly global level. Besides, even though there are some of the farmers who would like to switch to a more sustainable farming methods, there are still 60 billion euros of financial gap annually just in the European Union that small and medium farmers lack to do the things, let's say, more regeneratively. And small and medium farmers, although they seem to be small by the definition, they contribute to 93% of the total European farmland. That is how much hectares of the total they own or manage in European Union. So we, being first of all the lending platform that connected investors with the farmers, and then the investors would provide capital to farmers so that they purchase that new tractor. They pay an interest rate annually or monthly. They do some returns, make some returns on that, and that was pretty much that's it. But at some point we saw that some of the farmers, they do things differently, meaning that when the crop grows, during the process of photosynthesis, it naturally absorbs CO2 from the atmosphere using the organic carbon as the building material. So after the process, actually similar to what the professor was explaining with those rainforests, the organic carbon is used as a building material and then stored in the soil. Oxygen, O2, goes back to the atmosphere, and this is how we basically combat those greenhouse emissions. But when typically a farmer would go to the fields and plow the soil with the tractors and all of the equipment, then all of that organic carbon that was actually stored beneath the ground would come back to the surface, and then very simplistically saying, C would again merge with O2 and come back to the atmosphere in a CO2 form. So then farmer, instead of doing good for the environment, of storing that carbon, actually does bad things to the environment. But when you apply those more regenerative methods and you are able to not plow that ground and actually insert the seed directly of where it has to be, you not only don't play with that and actually destroy that biodiversity that's already happening in that field, but you also allow that carbon to really be sequestered and to stay in that soil. In that case, we can introduce again the carbon credits definition, so that professor was mentioning. For every ton of CO2 that a farmer sequesters, there is some Microsoft or a very similar company that wants to achieve their net zeros, which they pledge their net zero commitments, saying that we will not make a net negative impact to the environment. And they're ready to pay for each ton of that CO2 that the farmer is sequestering. So that's this carbon credit market that is growing. So every farmer that applies these regenerative farming methods can receive additional financing opportunities in a form of carbon credits. And there are more and more farmers who would like to make that switch. However, as I said, there is a huge financing gap in the industry, around 60 billion euros annually. So, and this transformation actually costs quite a bit. For a 200-hectare farm, it can be 100,000 euros to buy a new tractor, more powerful tractor, a different seeding machine. Then we came up with a product called Green Loan that allows investor to provide capital to the farmer that wants to switch to regenerative farming at 0% interest, which makes it a great cash flow game for the farmer. And instead of expecting the interest to be paid back, what the investor is compensated with is actually the carbon credit revenue. So in that case, everybody wins, because the planet is winning because of that CO2 that is being sequestered and the greenhouse emissions that are being actually combated effectively. People, in our case, small and medium farmers who lack capital, they finally receive capital to do the thing that they want to do. And it's not only actually about the climate or about the carbon credits. These farming methods, they're even more profitable for the farmers. And finally, the profit. Although it seems that investors are providing the capital at 0% interest, at the end of the day, with the carbon markets growing and the need related to the Paris Agreement, of really removing that CO2 increasing, more the prices of carbon credits are increasing, and more revenue potential is happening in that field. So again, talking about the green transformation there, when we started, those 4 years ago, we didn't know much about green finance or sustainability, but now this is our main game. This is our main business model. This is how we are planning to make money, and we are making money already. At this point, we're already able to secure 500,000 hectares of that regenerative farmland across Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine. We are not only helping the farmers here locally and regionally, we are also helping the farmers in Ukraine that are now being hit by the war. This 500,000 hectares already actively removes 1 million of CO2 tons of CO2 every year. And we do things really scientifically. We don't base it only on some estimations, some modeling or satellite data. What we really do, we go to the fields and we take the soil samples in each of the farm, and we can then measure at the beginning of the period and end of the period how much carbon is stored in that soil. If the increase is evident, then the net impact that you did is also evident. So that's pretty much it. And moving forward, we really see institutional capital being a major contributor to the further impact there. We launched a Article 9 fund. This is the fund that has a so-called extra financial objective, meaning that some CO2 reduction or removal has to be achieved with that fund. And we already received a commitment of 20 million euros from European Investment Fund to really support this initiative. And we are now looking for more investors to join. The green loan product, we tested this regionally. We saw that private investors really love it, and now we see this as an opportunity for corporations to really combat their net zero targets with that tool. So I think that's it. I'm not sure how much academically beneficial that was, but hopefully the perspective from the industry was a bit of the value. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Rytis. And I think it was really valuable to have both academic and industry perspectives to have as input actually for our discussion panel. And also encourage participants actually to note questions, because you will have opportunity to ask them by the end of discussion panel. And now I'd like to invite participants on the stage. First, Professor Tomas Pušman, please. Rytis Urbanavičius. I'd like to invite Professor Arnis Sauka join us. And Marina Krasovska, please. And Mr. Nauris Bloks is on the stage. So it is my pleasure to start our first plenary sessions discussion panel on the topic of green digital finance, new generation of finance, or part of new paradigm, actually, of economical strategy. And let me also introduce the participants with a brief bios. So Professor Tomas Pušman, in addition to being founder and executive director of Global Center for Sustainable Digital Finance, is also professor at the University of the Fraser Valley, British Columbia, Canada. Also founder and managing director of Swiss FinTech Innovation Lab at University of Zurich. So professor serves as an advisor for strategic national and international initiatives, and also is an advisory board member of various institutions to foster innovation and develop innovation startup ecosystems. Then Rytis Urbanavičius, besides being CFO at Heavy Finance and implementing activities just covered in presentation. Rita is also a lecturer at ISM University of Management and Economics in Vilnius. Previously, Rītis has been a consultant in London, working with world top 50 pharma and medtech organizations. Professor Arnis Sauka, professor at Stockholm School of Economics in Riga, and also director of Sustainable Business Center, chairman of the Vidzem University Council, as well as chairman of the State Competitiveness Commission. Marina Krasovska, currently serving as a director of Financial Innovation Department at the Bank of Latvia. Marina has built her professional experience while working at Sebanka, DNB Bank, and Luminor. Currently, with several positions related to lending and product business strategy development. I also like to note that she has been also co-founder of fintech startup, right? So also both industry and supervisory roles. And Mr. Nauris Bloks, currently serving as a board member and chief innovation officer at Delfin Group, which is providing innovative custom finance solutions in Latvia and Lithuania. And Nauris is a seasoned fintech professional with a notable record in several fintech companies and also educator in financial technologies, serving as lecturer in the Riga Business School and also here at BA School of Business Finance. So we have covered academic side, industry side, regulatory side. I believe we can successfully open the panel with the first broad question on has, let's say, green digital financial innovation entered the financial sector's development policy agenda? And we'll start with a question to Marina. The situation, how the current regulatory frameworks in Latvia have evolved, and what's the situation with the incorporation of green digital finance innovations? Is it within the agenda of Bank of Latvia?
Thank you very much for the question, and many thanks for inviting. A pleasure to be here. Of course, the sustainability, let's say, strategy and everything that is related to green finance is always on the top of regulatory agenda. It is very important to follow and to ensure that companies who are providing the financial services to customers and to investors follows to regulatory requirements. For example, in relation to disclosure of information regarding the products that are selling, especially in investment services, in insurance services, in banking. And we also see that the companies are very actively started to implement all the requirements, and we are following how they are actually performing with that, especially, as I mentioned, for the credit institution, for insurance sector. Also, it is important for issuers who are going for IPOs. And the transparency of the information, I would say, is a key factor. And in reality, it is very important to follow that, not only that is stated in a customer documentation, in agreement, and the open guidelines how the companies work, also implemented in real business process. So when talking not about the greenwashing, or not some kind of like a facilitation, or we are trying to do something in the direction, but it really is implemented. And I would say that everything is starting from the corporate governance, a corporate strategy, how it is really mentioned in a product strategy, what are the goals of organizations. We're following the strategic discussions with the large players to understand more how those goals are integrated in the corporate strategies, in their lending strategies or investment product, to understand more how the customers and investors are protected and ensured with open information. And of course, the Latvian financial market is quite heavy, I would say, digitalized, and I think we have stories to proud with. And in this sense, only by growing this rate of digitalization, we will see that companies will have more impact and more attention paying into the disclosure of information in regarding to green. I think that now it is also the matter of proud, if I may so, because if you're opening the large institutions like banking, they are using always in their communications that now we have green lending, or this is a product portfolio related to the green financing, or we are working on the climate risk changes projects, and we are supporting the implementation of green technologies and so on. So I think that from the technological perspective, strategy perspective, governance perspective, we are not like already achieved our goals, but the companies are very active implementing that.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, then continuing also from geographic perspective, would be what's experience from let's say this legislative perspective in Lithuania? We read this. How would you evaluate?
Yes. So when we launched this green loan product and actually started talking about carbon credits for Central Bank of Lithuania, there was something of a new phenomena, and we were invited for a meeting with Central Bank of Lithuania. I remember we were getting there quite nervous. What's going to happen? Are they going to freeze it? Call it that? A financial derivative? What's going to be there? And I was really surprised how they were treating this as the educational exercise, and they really wanted to understand what we do, and they were pretty flexible with, of course, giving us some warnings and then telling us, do this, not that. But in general, I was really amazed how supportive the institutions were locally, and I think with that, the European Investment Fund's also commitment to us, it really shows that the supranational institutions are also on a very similar pathway to accepting these green technologies and that really transformational products in our field.
Okay. And we can ask Thomas, on your perspective, Professor. So how, from the timeline you showed within your presentation regarding upcoming years, the regulatory also aspects which should be strengthened, and the new probably legislative acts taken in regard strengthening position of green digital finance. How would you evaluate overall readiness maybe of European Union and particularly of this region in terms of legislation? Are we ready, so to say, or it's still, let's say, from legislative perspective, some opportunities to adjust some aspects that are necessary for successful implementation of the best green digital practice for finance?
Thank you for the question. I think one of the challenges still is, if you look at it from a global perspective, is the differences. So you've seen that Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, the US, they're all doing different things. So there's not much coordination here. I would say this is one of the biggest challenges that we have here. And just recently, the SEC in the US as well. So if you want to compare all that, I think it will be very hard. And if you want to align it even from a provider or investor perspective, it will be even harder here. So yeah, that's my assessment here. So I think from a European perspective, there has been done a lot, maybe too much in some areas. If you look at the taxonomy, which is so complex, many struggle. I don't know how you feel about that, but probably yes. So I think maybe a little bit too over motivated here in that part than to be more pragmatic, I would say.
Okay, thanks. Professor Sauka, so I have a question actually on one aspect Marina mentioned regarding, let's say, the gray area of greenwashing, or probably since you're into research of the gray economy aspects here in Latvia. Question relates actually to some green finance aspects, if such have been already appeared somewhere in relation maybe to green economy or some, or let's say, fraud schemes that are related to maybe still in early stage to the concept of green digital finance from, let's say, gray economy aspects.
Well, that's something I'm not really prepared for today. I certainly have not explored this topic, and I cannot say, I cannot comment from the data-driven perspective. Otherwise, I mean, you can come out on the street and ask this question, and would to anybody, and I would have the same answer. But let me. I think even before we talk about potential bad schemes, and they are possible everywhere if you try very hard. I think it's more of importance to develop this green, digital, sustainable sort of issue that we have. And I got inspired by listening to your keynote, and I put some bullet points that I might reflect on maybe now that might become academic paper, maybe policy brief at some point. And basically, what I was thinking when I was listening to the keynote is that I mean, in the essence, in general, investment that comes on sort of more than simply having profits is nothing new, right? I mean, we've been talking about different types of investments that care more than just about profits, and we see evidence on positive impact of digital green finance, which is good, right? So that is one aspect. Once we know it's useful, then how to foster this? I think this is the question, even before we explore whether there is a shadows or not, right? And I'm pretty sure that the finance, whether it's digital, green, or not, you know, it all comes with the risk taking. Well, this school is the finance institution, and we know that investing or not depends on the assessment of the risk, right? And also this is the risk assessment type. So here we come. So you know. We can consider that the financial institutions, you know, commercial banks and others would include these SPGs or in the business models or consider them, but they will first of all assess the risk for this type of investment. So then we know that the fintech, you know, people also that are sitting here, they are more risk averse, so they would take more risks in general, but that comes with the higher, you know, the money costs more with high risk taking, right? Commercial banks are more conservative, so they are probably not likely to invest on such extent unless they are supported. And then there are other sources that were mentioned by you. So to me, the key question for this discussion and in general is how policy agenda can sort of mitigate, can decrease this risk, and whether in Latvia or other countries we have policies that help to decrease this risk for financial, commercial banks, for other financial institutions to invest in these initiatives that has been found having a significant positive. And if we do not resolve this question, then we might talk about charity. We might talk about some activities of some people, and you know, people like us will come on the stage and talk about this because it sounds nice. You know, we look good when we talk about and we use these keywords, but in the essence, the financial institutions will assess the risk in general, and sustainable business, also sustainable social activities and sustainable finance. If we want this finance, the green, digital, be sustainable, then you know, we should decrease the risk. All the techniques how we do this, using artificial intelligence or using innovation that fintech is famous for, I mean, that is the matter of technique. And that comes with development of technology. You know, this is as simple as that, and we can learn, and commercial banks can learn a lot, and the Bank of Latvia can learn a lot from the fintech industry. I know I've been exploring this fintech. I mean, what they're doing here in Latvia, this is amazing. But this is, again, this is a matter of technique. Unless we solve this issue of how to decrease the risk, and here policymakers can do a lot, then we can, you know, we can talk about, we can still use these nice words, but nothing really will, I think, happen on a big extent. So that's my view, maybe a bit, you know, somewhat challenging for the discussion, but yeah, that's how I felt when I was listening to what you were saying.
Actually, thank you, Professor. And this gives us grounds for further, actually, elaborate both on, let's say, risks and also advantages to be gained, let's say, for in terms of how the green story and green digital finance can help or actually hinder realization of benefits of existing fintech business models. And here maybe it's also my question more to industry representatives. We start Nauris. How the green digital finance approach has impacted the general business model and risks.
Yeah, actually I can add on what Arnis said, that it's very good take that in fintech we are more risk averse, but still we are looking, also the financing is more costly for us than traditional finance institutions, so we have to be careful about that. But at the same time, at least in Delfin Group, we recently changed our mission from custom financial solutions to financial inclusion and sustainable consumption. And it kind of naturally came from our product offering. Like we had consumer lending, and we added new consumer lending type for senior citizens to foster financial inclusion. It's not our most profitable product, but this is like our goal, how we try to actually achieve some social impact as well. Or another take is that how we changed our business model to circular economy model, which we actually are trying still to do. We are buying and from businesses, from users, pre-owned goods, and then refurbishing them and reselling them on our e-commerce site. So we are trying to create this circular economy effect and also to reduce the carbon emissions. And what we have struggled with is somehow trying to tell this to customers, because most of the customers still don't understand this sustainability agenda, and we have to somehow tell them that if you will buy pre-owned iPhone, you will kind of avoid new carbon emissions and save something. And we have to show them, and we are struggling again with the data integrity, because the data is hard to prepare that. So there is still place where we also the researchers and scientists can give their input how to actually calculate it properly, how to be very explicit how much one iPhone will avoid consumer this CO emissions. So, and like my vision is that in the nearest years we will in our e-commerce site put like metric, so users have bought pre-owned goods and have avoided CO2 emissions in such and such count. So, and that everyone actually understands, okay, I will buy pre-owned good, and that will make some sense. So, and we are kind of putting a bet that this will be the future, and it will actually concern enough users to make our business model more sustainable also for us and more profitable. So, but still, it's early stage. We are taking this bet, but it's still yet to see if it's actually a good bet.
Yeah, please.
So for us, it was definitely a net benefit of implementing this green business model. There are three parties in our business model. So there are except of the regulators, let's say, but in the business model itself. So there would be the investors, there would be the customers, so the farmers, right? And there would be us who try to connect them. So on the client, on the farmer side, we saw a huge increase in potential leads because there are the farmers who are specifically looking for financing to switch to that regenerative farming method. So there are a bit of a different clients as well. So we really increased the network of them. On the investor side, once we launched the green products, we saw both the institutional investors who became much more interested in our product, who have their own, let's say, scope 3, for example, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 targets, and by, for example, a financial institution, by investing into those sustainable farmers, they actually they decrease their financed emissions parts of the scope 3, right? So that's one part. But from the private individuals as well, we then saw a huge influx of French private investors coming into our platform, and we really see that France is actually pushing this transition on a European Union level. And then finally, for us, before we were just like a fintech company, already big for us, but then our business model was actually taking the agreement fee, so the transaction fee for connecting those two parties. Now we expose ourselves as well to the carbon credits because we take also a part of them as the transaction fee, let's say. So this really increased our valuation, and the VCs that we talk to as well, they are completely different and much more than them, and geographically much more expanded. But of course, there is also always a flip side of that. And this is, I can definitely agree on the data side. Now you are in the game of fintech and the climate, and this is all very regulated and a lot of interested parties. So if you are delivering something, some promises and some results, you have to be very sure about this. You have to prove it by data and information, because if you are not right there and you are in the greenwashing scandal, that's it for your business model. So.
And thanks. And actually, to continue regarding the things that we can measure, and actually evaluate, this is possibly a question to all panel participants. So understand that there are specific metrics each company is already measuring, but are there, let's say, some industry standards or frameworks that would guide the evaluation of sustainability goals, or like some unified KPIs for companies working in green digital finance? Yeah, to select as common KPI or metric to follow. Is there something like that already, or still to be, let's say, agreed on some industry level, current perspective, from current moment?
I can just add, like from industry side, is that we will release our third ESG report next week, and we have struggled to put together the numbers. So because there is no like standard, there is no reporting standard, so we kind of had to iteratively find a way how to report it in the best way we can. Still, I think we are far from perfect, so we have still to find. But I think we are, at least we decision strategically was to start early to put out something there, just to start to do this and see what is the best way year over year how to do that. But in the industry level, I think at least in Latvia, I don't think that there is in the fintech industry something that ESG reporting standard or something like that. That's still to be developed, and I think it will be a key. It's more. Actually, it will be like a financial statement. It will be hygiene factor that you just push your financial statement for the investors and also the ESG report, and that's just normal. But what is the content and what will be the KPIs and data there, it's still to be developed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe prior professor moves to international outlook. I will maybe try a bit from the company to national, because we know from, basically it all comes with the Green Deal thing. We are talking about green finance here, but Green Deal is kind of the umbrella of this. And from the recent Foreign Investment Council study that I do, the Fiscal Sentiment Index, well, we did not really discuss this year that much, but the previous year we did. And foreign investors, I mean, the biggest companies in Latvia that are here and investing, they basically see that the Green Deal strategy is not really well implemented here so far. And there is not really a holder, sort of the one who is responsible for that. And we don't have kind of straightforward strategies here. And people are struggling to understand what it is, who is responsible, who is co-financing. So, you know, there is a bit of mess maybe in this regards. So we cannot expect that in the finance sector there is kind of clear guidelines. I know that Bank of Latvia is doing a lot to make this happen, that, you know, that there is sort of a better scope than maybe in general, especially in the finance. And I know that, you know, you guys have advanced sort of people who are working on that. And I know that there are certain ministries who are working on this. But as far as I know, it's not yet here, and it cannot. I mean, I would be very surprised that it would be also already visible in the finance. I would be also interested, what is kind of international trends, and do we have more clear guidelines in terms of the green? We talk about this again a lot, but, you know, where is this kind of, you know, where is the scope of the discussion?
Yeah, I would just add to that, which I think is very precise here. In terms of international trends, we can see that there are some disclosure standards that are emerging, the Task Force for Climate-Related Disclosures, for example, but they are more targeted towards the large multinational corporations. I think that is something we have seen also in the EU. If you look into Germany, for example, with its what is called the supply chain law, they've also struggled with that, because the companies, especially the small and medium-sized ones, which make up most of the economy in most European countries, how can they do that, right? It's not possible. You need to hire teams, right, to really do that. So they really struggle. So I don't see that very short term, really here. So yeah.
You. And let's say if we take a look, consider that currently, let's say, green digital finance is part of larger financial, let's say, sector and scope. Do you think that should green digital finance impact the entire digital technology-driven financial sector by introducing new standards and dimensions so that are applicable for the entire financial sector? Meaning that, should there be existing digital financial processes generally be modified to support sustainability goals and incorporate this green dimension, like generally as general approach and must-have, let's say, feature of the product, service, or business model implemented.
Maybe I can add one more point exactly to that. If you look at that also, again, from a more international lens, especially from a central bank perspective, for example, not all the central banks worldwide have a mandate to do that. For example, that's also one thing. So they can't even include that in their existing framework. So that's the first point. Then what we already had from a regulatory perspective, it really differs at each jurisdiction that you look at. So that's also very hard. And these are the two major reasons why I think it will be very hard over the next years to do something like that. So it needs more pragmatic approaches, maybe from the industry. Something will come that is more simple than the EU taxonomies and things like that. That is also applicable then to the SMEs, which makes it easier, pragmatic approaches, which allows them to measure whether you are green or not, right? So I think these more smaller steps will probably be something that will happen.
Maybe just to add a bit on this, fully agreeing on what you are saying and answering the question that the moderator raised, of course, yes. And I think this is already happening, and it's happening bottom up. The fintech industry is driving this, and maybe some NGOs and some other, some other people with money who care for more than the profits, and this is all nice. The main question is how to scale it up, and we cannot scale it up without the proper regulation, without the proper support. The risk taking that was already mentioned, but also kind of the regulation in terms of you cannot, your license depends on this activity, full stop. And then you have to do this. If you don't do this, then you are not commercial bank, or you are not, you cannot do this, or you cannot do. I mean, in the regulated markets, maybe this is another regulation. But then again, it's easy to issue regulations. I hope the policymakers are not listening and writing it down and making issue regulation, but they are thinking about the support mechanisms to mitigate this risk taking and sort of to do the thing, because regulations can be simply and we've seen that, right? I mean, I don't have to tell this audience about these things.
Is the other side of companies and of people who purchase goods and products, right? And there was just a survey in the US what the most important criteria are when purchasing goods and services. And what number one was price, number two was price, and then there was somewhere down at the last level was then sustainable green, right? So it's not visible yet. I think that's also a very important thing.
Yeah, I can totally add to that. As also we see that we can try to tell consumers that this is a thing, but still they care about the price. That's the main criteria, how they choose what to buy, or where to take loans and stuff like that. And also I think for now, and I think it will be also in the medium term, that this sustainability factor will be more like a flavor to the business model, not in the center of the business model. So it will be, if the business model can get advantage, or it will not be too costly to add it to the business model, then companies will do that. But I think it will take a bit more time to that there will be like center of the business model, the sustainability agenda, because it's still about the profits and business making. Yeah.
Maybe just to add here, so from regulatory perspective, we have internal experts who are working with those ESG risk management, and we're really doing a lot in educating the existing market participants when we are going to our on-site or off-site inspections, and we're following, and we are carrying those strategic relations and strategic dialogues each year with the market participants. The ESG question is always on the top. So it is not like somewhere else, especially for the issuers, especially for the banks, and for insurance sector and for investment services, it's very crucial. And in order to understand, we also are like going deeply into understanding how actually the management explains those goals. What is this explainability? It's not only that it is stated somewhere in a strategy that we want to follow, or we're providing green loans or green deposits, but to explain what you mean by these green deposits. So how exactly it works. Actually, it's the same as a company starting using AI and creating AI solutions. The question is, can you explain how your AI model works when you're just like using something? It's a huge relation. I agree that from the financial literacy perspective, we have to educate the population more about the choice, the risk of the climate, what is happening on the financial digitalization area, and on the everything that is related to social corporate responsibility, why companies have to follow that. And if we look to the investor relations side, the investors also started more and not like choosing or selecting the company, but pay more attention for the companies who have long-term strategies that is based on some metrics. And what is also have been mentioned here, there is like hard to understand what is those metrics, but at the same time we see that there are new types of experts or peers from business consultancy area who are trying to create kind of RegTech solutions who can help those small companies who do not have enough resources internally to go deeply, to dive deeply into the problem and to identify, okay, what could be achieved for these specific companies. Because you have to understand that you cannot create something artificial. It should be a real impact on your product and services, and it is really important, this explanation working.
Yeah, I would also like to double click on that cooperation part again, you know, between the regulators, between the incumbents and the challengers, let's say. In our own experience now, the carbon methodology, the certification methodology that we are following is actually NGO. It's not a, you know, like a regulatory initiative as is, because our voluntary carbon market is still not non-regulated there. But there was this first proposition actually by European Union. They introduced this, you know, the Commission and Parliament agreed on that carbon removal framework that they're putting together. And I reviewed it quite recently because it's a new initiative, and I see that the kind of the key points and all of the main ideas and narratives over there are very much in line with what the private, you know, certification schemes or these NGOs are putting together. So there is really learning and cooperation happening on that side, and that's important because for us, you know, we are following this one methodology, and we know that we are doing good things. If the European Union comes up with the regulation that's completely different, and we cannot follow that certification anymore, then, you know, this all good work that was done is for nothing. So, really happy on that side.
See. Okay, I think on that note, I would like to also question if there are big questions from our audience to participants. Bring you the phone. Anyone? Oh, yeah. Professor, I'll bring the microphone.
Thank you so much for your valuable insights, suggestions, but my question is from another point of view. Since we are here in higher education institutions, maybe we could give one tip each how higher education institutions could be more involved into delivering this sustainable transformation. Thank you.
Maybe I can give an example. Stanford has launched a new school of sustainability 2 years ago. And that is the first new school in, I think, 70 years, adding to more traditional domains we know from engineering and medicine. So it's a very specific school which is only for sustainability. So I think this is, I think it was the first university in the world that did that. And they have always been very, very fast in that respect. So I think it's one of the great examples. And if you look at it, how they do it, they try to involve, of course, all the faculty from all other schools. It's more of a cross organizational thing that they are doing, but they are hiring also very specific sustainability researchers. So it's quite kind of both, developing its own footprint and also collaborating across all others. So I think 200 new professors over the next years, so it's really big. I think this is one of the great examples how it can be done.
To have a practical example, when we launched our carbon program in Ukraine, we had a meeting with 60 scientists and academic people over there, and from agrarian science institutes, agricultural science institutes, and when they heard about the carbon farming program, they got really interested. And what we're doing now, we're actually developing a program in Ukraine for some of the universities where we as practitioners will also come in. Since we have the agricultural science team on our side, it's like seven scientists working for heavy finance. So that's a good, again, another good case of cooperation between this time academia and practitioners.
I would say that everyone will be appreciated if academics would come also to our politicians and explain how important this problem, actually the problem statement is, and it's quite crucial because of course they have a very wide agenda with different types of questions, but the cooperation between the politicians, academics, regulatory, it could be kind of internal group or communities where these questions could be discussed. For example, for other purposes that is not related for that, for the development of fintech, Latvijas Banka have regulatory sandbox where new companies can come and test their own new innovative product or services, maybe for sustainability and for green finance, for some research problem, maybe educational organization can also like create kind of similar approach to do that, because if current market participant already have the financial product and they wouldn't want to go forward and to test it in relation to some new regulations that can come for us for that, maybe it could be on some upper level, on a governmental level to go with it.
Yeah, I think one significant effort that higher education institutions could do is help to solve data integrity issues. That's to create methodologies, theories, how to actually standardize the data and research. That part is still very, very new, and there is a lot of uncertainty how to do this. And I think if higher education institutions can come up with some kind of theories and then go to regulators and explain how this all works, then I think this cooperation can help for industry as such. So that's, I think, from the practical side, if there would be clear understanding how to do this data reportings and data standardization, it would help a lot.
Yeah, thanks. To me, this is a simple question, and the answer is also going to be simple. I think we should simply do our job. We should do the research, and we should generate the data that proves or denies that this is the activity that is needed. And then hopefully policymakers will use this data to make more data-driven sort of decisions. Well, unfortunately, even if we do the great job and generate good research, and then the good research, good scientific work is usually linked with cooperation with the industry and policymakers, and even better if industry helps also to implement this research, because it also costs money. So some financial support from the industry in academia is also highly always appreciated. But even if we, together with the industry, create a great product that provides with all the evidences on the models, on anything else, then in my experience, it's not always easy to put it on the tables of the policy makers. So that means that also us academicians, we need to have better skills and more skills to work with basically with sources, how to put this on the agenda of the policymakers. Sometimes it means working with the journalists. Sometimes it means working with the NGOs. Sometimes it means working with some, I don't know, business associations or whatever. Sometimes it means to become, I don't know, the lobbyist yourself. But regardless of how we achieve this, these are skills that are needed. And if industry helps, and if we find a scope to put it on the table of the policymakers, then hopefully we can make it sort of more. Or if we don't do this, then the artificial intelligence will do this anyway, right? At some point, whether we want this or not, that is a question. I would personally like to be involved in this process myself and not to leave this to the machine.
Thank you. Any more questions from audience? So I guess, it's actually time to wrap up the insights and ideas we have actually come to during this discussion, and I think we can definitely agree that this is really how to say emerging topic both from research perspective and also which is very relevant for industry practitioners. It was very good, or how to say positive, to hear that let's say from supervisory perspective the approach is about to be let's say go not with a strictly imposed, let's say, one single best solution, but really to align what is needed for industry players, participants, considering that there is no one right answer and no one single KPI to implement as a single one measurement that fits all the needs. And definitely from researchers' perspective, I have heard here already a few interesting directions for future research that will definitely align also with the legislative framework to be implemented in the upcoming years, and which will most likely define the scope of let's say green digital business models, and also framework, how the companies will perform, how they will be supervised, and what is actually the future of green digital finance. And also, definitely, I totally agree, Professor Sauka, on the risks to be, let's say, also considered and analyzed in relation to this concept. But I believe, yeah, the future is behind green finance, and we have to be open to embrace it. So with that, I would like to thank all panel participants for valuable insights shared, discussion, and I hope to see you within the next discussions on this topic, as it's here to stay. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks from the side of organizers, and let me reward all participants with certificates. Thomas Thomas Puschmann, keynote speaker, applauses.
Thank you. Thanks, Andres. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Rytis Urbanavičius, also keynote speaker. Marina Krasowska. Nauris Bloks. Arnis Soka. And finally, Didzis Rūtītis, moderator.
Paldies. Thank you.
Let's make a picture. I hope it is possible. Common picture.
Yeah.
Join.
Hello, honorable ladies and gentlemen. In our second section today here, and it will be about innovation and sustainability. And there is a great paradox. Both innovation and sustainability are topical nowadays, but historically, innovation and sustainability didn't go well together, because if you innovate, it means that maybe you destroy the planet or deal with sustainability in not the best way. But nowadays, there's other assumptions and other practices that said that we can use sustainability mindset to build more sustainable innovations at the end of the day. So that is the reason why we have 5 amazing experts here from academia, from public sector, and also from private sector, so we can see full view on this question. And we have tried also to innovate here with the process, how we will moderate this session. So how it will happen? So each of these ladies will provide 5-minute keynote. After 5-minute keynote, there will be one tricky question provided from presenter to other panelists. Yes, you should be ready to answer to all the questions. And then the next round, and next round. And maybe, if there will be time left at the end, you could give us some tricky questions as well. So that is what we will do now, and I think that we need to start with those tricky topics about innovation and sustainability. We will start with Inga Uvorova. So she is a PhD candidate, elaborated thesis on use of open innovation and circular principles for ensuring environmentally sustainability of companies. She is a senior lecturer at BA School of Business and Finance, a sustainability consultant, and founder of research and consultancy firm Art Smart. And one more thing. So she has founded 2 business incubators and worked a lot with mentors and startups. So, Inga, now your topic.
Thank you. That was in past. After such a welcome speech, I even don't have any other words to say. But I guess I will gonna continue on that paradox what you mentioned, and we'll jump over to the topic, and we'll try to pay attention and invite you for the discussion about circular economy and how these circular economy principles are applied or used in real practice in companies, and what is the role of innovation, and more specifically open innovation. And about this open innovation, coming back, open innovation reflects to wider ecosystem, using external knowledge outside the company for creating new ideas, and also sharing from the company outside. Yeah, that's just in short to introduce my topic. But reflecting as well to the first session in the morning, I was really happy to hear those discussions about ESG, about green financial instruments. And I see how this wave goes ahead. And actually, while even 2 years ago, when discussing with industry representatives, they were just silent and saying, well, there is no place for us when we discuss about circular principles. Now everybody finds some kind of place in that area. But from the business perspective, usually I like to highlight that it's not just a charity, it's not just some kind of donation for social initiatives, but basically when we approach circular business or circular economy from the business, we talk about shared value. And what does it mean? It's not something shared from the shared economy, but it's philosophy when company is not creating just a profit, but in parallel also is considering how to create other values like environmental value and probably as well social value. That is a fact, and research shows that by now, and also these discussions in the first session confirmed that by now companies put as a priority, of course, economic growth, financial viability, And if it is possible, and if those principles, circular principles, are financially and economically viable, of course, then companies sees motivation and potential for creating as well those other values. And that, I guess, is a question for as well the sustainable innovation, how to bring on board those new ideas, how companies may, in parallel to profiting, create as well those other values. This is one of surveys, surveying executives around the European countries, and also some countries outside, like USA and some other. But this indicates actually the mindset of companies, how they recognize circular principles. These are just few circular principles. I can honestly say that I have collected already 60. And when we discuss about circular business models, which is quite trendy now to discuss, I come back again to those questions from the first session, what and how we should report what we have done. But basically, I would come back and even go step ahead, asking what you are willing to do, what kind of practices you are doing, and what are your strategic aims towards this environmental sustainability? And while those that are not so keen on circular business models, sustainable business models, may apply those circular principles as simple, easy to understand steps or practices, what companies may actually do, and afterwards achieve certain strategic aims and report some results. From this chart we can see that majority, and now we cannot say that we don't have sustainably thinking or practicing companies. We do have. As you can see, more than half of companies actually consider resource saving. And this is part of environmental sustainability. Well, we can discuss whether this is inflation or energy diet which stimulates companies to consider resource and material saving. Yes, as I mentioned, economic viability and financial viability is dominating in those motivations. But I want to pay attention actually to that side, which is least preferred by companies. Such principles as considering eco-design principles in product, that they are that we have products which are possible to reuse, repair, maintain, and we add different services that helps us to use them longer. Or we will going to have as well discussion about green procurement and switching to green suppliers. I don't want just to show the statistics, but just to indicate this role of open innovation. As you can see, this part, thinking about resource efficiency, mostly can be done by internal resources, internal capacity, internal financial managers and other managers. But basically, when we come to innovative ideas on what kind of products or services we can develop based on those circular principles, that requires cooperation, external knowledge, probably not just from the consultants and engineers, but also cooperation with customers or potential users of products, NGOs. And what's interesting, I will comment on green suppliers. They are currently the ones that are preferred by companies as external knowledge source to somehow implement circular principles. So we are still talking about supply chain, which has some influence, and maybe this is a good way to start how to motivate companies to do something. Well, yeah, but while you are talking about ESG reporting and taxonomy, I want to mention as well some other steps or proposals from the Commission that are warning us about even more coming requirements for these green activities. And one of them are the proposal for the regulation that will ask from the companies to think how to produce products that that are possible to maintain longer or repair or change some parts and use once again. But besides that, there are several interesting requirements, again, which maybe will contribute as well to forthcoming discussions in other sessions. For instance, digital product passports. Companies are now, those that are aware of those discussions, becoming a bit worried how to ensure information in the whole value chain, not just supply chain, but value chain, starting from the material extraction to the customer, that they can find out digital information on the, not just on the some kind of region of materials, but also what has happened during the value chain, what has been added, what kind of processes product has gone through. And also really guiding material or guidance on maintenance, reuse of products and repairing possibilities. This is something that companies will be obliged to ensure. Like now we have, I don't know, a list of ingredients of on the different products, food products in the shop. Well, and now just finishing the discussion and introducing the question, I wanted to mention that, of course, open innovation, meaning that we can use external knowledge from outside and not just from the people, not just from the partners, but assuming as well technologies, artificial intelligence, databases. This is again something what comes out from previous research, that companies and executives actually prefer not direct communication with partners and in-person communication, but mostly to get this external knowledge from digital, unpersonalized databases. And hopefully in the future we will not just talk about specific green products or green business models, but most probably that will be as a strategy, which we know for decades, those general strategies, that we can apply circular principles, find out new innovative ideas how to save materials and reduce costs, meaning that we can go on with low-cost strategies in the market, not discussing that this is luxury issue and really expensive, but also finding out unique product possibilities, unique and some kind of characteristics for our products within those green offers, how we can be different from our competitors. And then we can say that, yeah, we can achieve those sustainable competitive advantages or competitive advantages in longer term. And this is as well one question that sometimes we are discussing about those reporting issues, but actually those circular investments and activities should be, they require time, they are uncertain, and they have still high risk of failure. And how to help to minimize that most probably is to communicate with stakeholders outside, that they prove that it is desired, interesting for not just a company, but also for, I don't know, for the market and other stakeholders, but it is as well technically possible. Quite a lot of those great ideas, green great ideas, not always are technically possible. And this is as well something where we should pay attention. So, and now I'm coming to the question. I'm considering about this, well, we all have heard discussions about digital maturity of the companies, and it's something what we are discussing. And now I would like to raise the question if it is possible to achieve high maturity of sustainable open innovation in companies. Is it possible? When? How? And with whom? Working together.
So ladies, feel free. Yeah.
I believe that it can happen and quite soon. And by my experience, it should be moderated. The only thing that we need to do, we need to moderate those initiatives, we need to moderate those activities related to open innovation, we need to build platforms where people can meet, can discuss, and unfortunately I'm not so agree about digital part, because after the COVID times, we know very well see that companies are open for communication. They're open for meetings, and they exactly will find the time, the slot for you, half of day to talk to you in person. So by my mind, it's just an, we need to continue this facilitation to put together scientists, businesses, other interested persons, and so it came up to innovations.
Yeah, I think that I can continue. I can agree and add that I think that main aspect, of course, is collaboration, and we probably at the first we need to find leader in this company, and then of course team, and how we manage all this process, and what are our aims from SDGs, where we are going, and all person what are included in this process need to understand why that is important. And then of course collaboration with others from stakeholders, NGOs as well, and governance, because we all need to understand why we are doing this, and I think it's for talking and collaboration. Yeah, thank you.
From my experience, I will say that we are partly in, because I'm coming from Riga Technical University, and we have so many different grants for students. And when you are scientists and you try to become a business person, you partly are the person who communicating with everyone, who partly can help you. I mean, there are researchers, different companies, mentors, and you are like as a small particle which like agglomerate and create this communication, this platform. Of course, also incubators is a good place where started, because there you can come everyone who want to become a business person, of course. And basically, when you have this meeting with different persons from different work fields, you understand, oh, it's starting, yes, you have this communication.
Maybe just concluding, because I will be next presenter and speaker. I guess open innovation is mainly about co-creation and collaboration, and we do it by people, for people, and with people, right? So it's important, do we have crucial competencies actually, or green competencies? And are we recognizing, validating, and promoting this inside company and organizations? So I will be straight to the point, because I will be next presenter, but my main keyword is strengthen green competencies inside organizations to be able to achieve sustainability and co-creation and collaboration at the same time. That's all by me.
Thank you. So the first test of our innovative process, I think, was successful. Let's continue. So the next keynote will come from Dr. Iveta Sirule, Associate Professor at Riga Technical University Liepāja Academy, Horizon Project 2030 Manager. Iveta is educator, education and project management enthusiast. Yes, and practitioner since 2008, and various managerial positions in public administration since 1997. And she is also board member of the company Be Organic. And that company focusing also on something sustainable, I think, that is organic products for health and beauty.
Thank you a lot. So, dear conference participants, online, on-site, it's my pleasure to be here today. And of course, I'm grateful for inviting me for this session, as already done by our, I would say, outstanding moderator today, Elina. So she introduced a little bit who I am and what I do. So I'm trying to switch to the next slide. Okay. We will do maybe, okay, so, but just again, a little bit emphasizing, so my daily life now is linked with really, indeed, large-scale innovation research and development, EU-funded project management, and currently I perform duties of International Project Division Unit Head, right? And also collaborate with RTU in the project Cities 2030, which is mainly about sustainability in food chains in cities and regions. But usually when we are invited here on the stage, so I hope it will go back, we are asked to deliver the main message. And my main message today is actually known for everyone, but not many companies and organizations are really pushing towards the green camp implementation into real life. In 2022, European Commission adopted a green competence framework. So if you scan the QR code or you visit this link, you can find this document. So this is just visualization by European Commission. You can see lovely bees and flowers and whatever on this slide. But what is actually the overwhelming framework? We are speaking about 4 competence building blocks that we actually understand, we see the future, and we are also able to act. And if you see here on these 4 building blocks with 12 competencies, so for me the most curious as for entrepreneur and also as for educator, it's about futures literacy. So we can translate or interpret this in many different ways. But this is said by European Commission that what is futures literacy, and I am currently also working with my doctoral students and with research teams to develop this competence of futures literacy. It's quite challenging and interesting. And I would like really to now today to make a call for action, how actually to implement Green Camp framework into action, into real life. So this is my question to our respectful panelists today. What do you think, is it possible and how it's possible? Because as I already said, concluding the first session today, delivered by Inga Uvarova, we are actually promoting sustainability and innovation based on the human interaction, collaboration and co-creation, and it's really dependable who is doing this and how is doing, right? So now the question for us all, how actually we could promote into action green competencies. So ladies, floor for you. Let's start.
Okay, I will going to start. And I'm really happy about this competence model. Even before that, we as well developed certain competence model in one of research, green business mindset competence model. And actually the conclusion, a few conclusions was that it's not enough just to spread the information about environmental sustainability, but we should feel it, experience it, and actually sense the meaning of it. When we sense the meaning of it, we see that it's valuable for us, for all of us. And if it's valuable, we consider that there are some problems which might possibly we can solve. And then we can start to act. But as I mentioned in my presentation, that still it is, these actions are of high risk and uncertainty. For that, it's quite important to test, experiment, learn, and this should be as a part of the process in raising this green competence, not just, well, we will educate and that's it. This is ongoing process day to day.
Okay, I think there is a problem that, yes, we have this concept, we can tell about this and give good examples, but firstly, we need to show the difference in thinking process, because the green concept is more about find the correct problem, real problem, which solves another problems. Yes, and if we give this more examples, maybe in this variation, it will be helps another companies, not new companies, because they don't have this problem to create this green concept, but huge companies who exist so many years, they have history and go on. So it means for them it will be more difficult, and if they will maybe improve this person intelligence in this way for this deep questions, to understand which problem we need to solve first, to create much greener value or better products and go on. I will also maybe give some examples in my presentation about this.
Yeah, thank you. I think that I can add that I think that we need to change our mindset. It's firstly because now we are focusing on this moment.
Today I also talk about these procurements, and there I can see that we focus only on this price aspect, but we need to think in long-term period, on life cycle costs as well, and we need to see these benefits in future. And I think that we need as society and entrepreneurs and governance, as all society, we need to change these, switch these paradigms to this long-term period.
And I will finish with some sample. We just passed some training for industrial symbiosis for entrepreneurs, for manufacturers or producers of some products, to discuss with them their leftovers. It took for us, I'll be honest, about 2 months is to get 20 companies on board. In most of the cases, they're busy, no time, and so on, but we spend a lot of time to get them to this training, and I think that it was most successful training in my life, because it ended up that companies agreed on industrial symbiosis. Just, there were small discussions, groups of 5, and they agreed to change, to share their leftovers, to take the others' leftovers. But finally, it's like we lost a job, because we are going to promote this, to facilitate this, but this training was so successful that they discuss and find out the next usage of their materials. So I believe it's just needs to a little bit push, a little bit more aggressive involvement, but when they are on board, that the result is excellent.
Thank you, and again, I think applauses for this part. And we will go to the third presentation, third keynote, 5 minutes. And this will be provided by Christine Irtisheva. She is active innovation researcher and new PhD student in chemical engineering at Riga University. And she is also founder of one very nice startup with the name Humiko. I hope that there will be some kind of examples from that one. And Christine has participated in various sustainability projects to find new green solutions, expand strategical thinking, analyze and improve technological process, and more. And during the evening side, she is also, you are giving the private lectures in chemistry. It seems like that's a busy days and nights.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So today's topic is where innovation cross sustainability, or opposite, where sustainability cross innovation. A little bit about me, how it works, yes? Okay. So yes, my name is Christine Irtisheva. I'm a PhD student in Riga Technical University. My background is chemical engineering, but also I'm going not only like in the research field, I'm working also in the business field. My key moments are basically about the natural products, about different resources that we can reduce in different products, or basically how to create sustainable products or sustainable processes and go on. I have different experience from different projects what create Innovation Technology Center, and it helps me to understand what is really innovation and where moment we can find the sustainability. So, if we go deeper about these questions, what is sustainability and innovations? And when we create something, we have several questions. There is some basic questions, what you need always get answer. You can't start nothing if you don't have answer. Yes, maybe you have idea, but from this idea, you need to create some new steps. So who will be your clients? For what you are doing? How looks your product? What is this value about this product? Where you will be produce it, in which country, and also how it will be works. What is your business model, and why you do it? There needs to be a story. When you try to create something new, there always will be this moment that you have something, your private story. Where is your experience? Where is your background? And what need to change? This maybe I need to put more bigger, yes, what need to change, because there's come out this green concept, green mindset, and go on. And there is a small example about this green product, sustainability, and go on. So, for example, Where is the difference? Sustainability always will be something about how to decrease something, yes? How to save raw materials, how to save energy, how to create much bigger, much more products, or give better value and go on, yes? So basically, it's something about the numbers. But innovation, it will be something where you constantly change something. For example, yes, you can produce some new product and go on, but innovation will be in technology. What kind of equipment you will be used? And this will be probably something new process or new equipment. There is this difference, yes? And in the slide you can see also this is most interesting part, that biocomposites are the most biggest producing part at now. And where is the difference in these biocomposite materials? Because they're used everywhere, basically in matter of properties. When we research different mechanical characteristics, physical, chemical, dimensional, and go on. And if something of this will be changed, you will find that, oh, we create sustainable product or innovative product because we changed some new raw material part, yes? But concept is different, and there is need to find this border between them. So, yeah, there's another example which I really love. When a student starts this new startups, I always suggest start with this, because when you go there, you will find so many different facts, and these facts can help you understand for what you try to create this new product, where will we use it. And when you know it, you can go to your client and say, oh, I have this and this idea. What do you think about it? Will you buy it? How maybe will we look, how we use it, and go on. So basically, this Biomimicry Institute was created for idea that we use different natural functions to create something what is existing in nature. You don't create something new, yes? And about a little bit my company, I want to show this small difference. So yes, in company, we research how to reduce this raw material, how produce much more product, yes, and save, you go faster than me, and save resources. And innovation starts when we change technology, change equipment, yes, and we save all resources in that way. Yes, when you produce much more and save resources, it's more sustainability, but when you change technology, it's innovation. So basically, innovations comes in these times when sustainability can no longer provide solutions. So basically, we always will start with sustainability, reduce costs, reduce energy and go on. And when it will be not enough, we'll be looking for new ways how to improve it. So for the girls, I have this question. What should the company do to become more sustainable? What will be these first steps? And what will be these indicators that they will know that, oh, we are sustainable, we are green now?
Okay, maybe I will start. So mainly, basically, when we speak about sustainability, we focus on the environmental circle or bubble, but we may know that sustainability is threefold or 3 dimensions. It's a social sustainability, environmental, and governance. So mainly today, maybe we are still in this session more about this environmental sustainability bubble, but I would like to a little bit add to your statement or the question about sustainability, also the social and governance dimension. And this is important to actually maybe have the set of indicators or criteria. Not only environmental sustainability checklist, Inga actually will develop after soon when defending PhD, I hope, yeah. So we take Inga Suvarova's checklist and we now are we environmentally sustainable, okay, as the companies. So maybe we could follow some indicators. Actually, there are indicators also for social sustainability and also for the governance sustainability. And companies could actually simply start with this checklists publicly available and approved, and this, let's say, methodology is already validated, and just have a look, like we say, monitor or analyze self-assessment about being sustainable, not just environmentally, but also socially and from the governance perspective. Yeah, guys, if you go online, you will find a lot of great tools. By the way, you can do a checklist, and we will be very surprised. We focus on environmental sustainability a lot. And we are a little bit let's say, neglecting the social sustainability and governance sustainability aspects, right? So this is also a call for action. Let's do all three sustainability bubbles, yeah? Inga, what do you think?
I fully agree. And I guess this is sort of bubble. Previously, we were more focused on social issues just because we were talking about corporate social responsibility, and everybody forgot about environment. But, what should we do and how to measure? I have a consideration that maybe we should somehow distinguish two types of companies. One type would be those native ones. I would say sustainably, they have born with that idea, or they have been founded initially with a core aim not to be like social enterprises, but they have defined that we will act and we will sustain, assuming those values. And then there are the other part, which is transforming gradually, and we should be polite as well to those companies, allowing them to go through that transition, not forcing them to report, to give indicators, but allowing to do it step by step, wisely, when they recognize that it is important, and assuming both of those, not forgetting them. And especially the second ones, I guess, for them, I guess they do not consider in a way as you, that sustainability comes first and then innovation comes. I guess they, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Actually, we can discuss this approach. Yeah.
Okay, I can only add that I think that we can separate two parts. One of them, of course, is this environmental aspects and also the social aspects, because sustainability, of course, is this Vienna Triangle. And what we can start, I think we need to start with small things all the time. Probably, if you think that you can start, all the time you can start with small things. And I think you need to look at these SDGs goals, 17 of them. I also mentioned in my presentation. And you can choose what is your focus what is your big aim. And then I think, of course, you need to separate. Probably one of them is supply chain, when you analyze all these aspects where you get your products, materials, and etc. And of course, second part is your workers in your company. All the time you can think about well-being, how they feel in company. And, for example, fair labor practices and worker safety and social equality. And this is, I think, things that we can do every day. And it also looks like sustainability, yeah. But we need to think to this small aspect as well. Thank you.
I even don't know what I should add to this. But I believe that companies, they are like forced to be profitable, and it's why they are not in a rush with sustainability, with social aspects, and so on. They have the primary goal to keep their businesses alive and profitable. If there is no, then all the social and environmental aspects, they will be perfect, but there won't be the working jobs and there won't be an income to our countries. So for them, by our experience, the most crucial is to find their specific niche where they can grow up, where they can become more sustainable. Maybe it's just one product line, or maybe it's just one production site, or just like how our attitude towards our office. And sometimes it's a good step towards sustainability, and it will take a time, it's clear.
Maybe a little bit add about this question. I have this experience that we have this project work, how to city become more greener. And we have go through all stakeholders in the city who maybe will be this key leader who creates this green part. And then we develop and research from also another reports, another countries, that companies who become more greener in small key moments, like change light bulbs, save water, or change the different resources, or where they buy these resources, it helps our city become more greener, because it affects not only government and not only company, but also workers, because the worker when come home, he shares this knowledges, and it just grow up, and it's a way how to create this mindset. Thank you.
So, a next keynote will come from Ines Pelša. She is a founder and a chair of the Latvian Sustainable Procurement Association. She has extensive experience in green public procurement from her work at the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development. And Ines Pelša leads training sessions on green public procurements and sustainable procurements for specialists and businesses. It was not that, just to highlight that. She has also served as a mentor at the Innovation Center of University of Latvia, where she is a mentor for the students. Yes, and she has also 11 publications in this field, so she is not only from the public sector, but she's also with us, with academics. So please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and I'm really pleasure to be here today, and thank you for this possibility, and thank you for really good words for me. And yeah, today in my presentation, I want to focus, of course, on sustainable public procurement, and how it's worked together, how sustainable public procurement can boost this innovation. And also I agree that we can discuss who is first, innovation or sustainability, and probably I think it's it's a crucial question. And okay, the next slide. First of all, of course, why we need, where is the problem? Where is the problem that if we look in history, then of course 17th till 19th century gives that all these manufacturing processes was really boosting, and all materials what we used in these manufacturing processes were non-renewable. And of course another aspect is overpopulation. In the 17th century, scientist Malthus said that we have problem. Our population is 500 million people, and planet can't observe over these what we are doing. And if we are looking on this 21st century at the end, then United Nations approximately said that in our planet lives 11 billion people. And therefore, through this overpopulation, through this manufacturing process, and our as a consumer, this society, we buy these goods and products, and this period when we are using them is really short, and we need to think, and therefore there are a lot of problems, for example, climate changes, and resource this migration as well. And yes, and sustainable development, it's nowadays really good. All the time we mention sustainability, but if we are looking in this history, then of course it seems that in the middle and on the 20th century, approximately 1955, scientists mentioned, Rachel mentioned that you need to focus on these pesticides. That's really gives this wrong effort for as people health. And nowadays, a lot of them pesticides are we can use in this agriculture. And there are a lot of them. For example, in 1972, Rome think tank with Meadows scientists group, they modelated situation, how develop our planet if we can change these our habits. And there was mentioned 2025 that our planet can't observe. And therefore, we need to focus, of course, and in 2015, United Nations approved Agenda 2030, where are mentioned these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and there, of course, is include responsible consumption and production side, where we together can make this sustainability. And today I focus on this sustainable procurement, but this main idea that we need to collaborate together. Entrepreneurs, governance, and society, we need to focus on them. And of course, optimization, we need to use less these materials, we need to think more recyclable and new this innovation process, how we can get these new products and resolve these problems. And also we need to think about how we can change our thinking, because it's really important aspect. And why public procurement? There you can see on this slide 1.8 trillion euros. This is amount every year in European Union public procurement. It's approximately 14% from gross domestic product. Therefore, it's really a huge amount. And if you use this money very smart, you can change this process. You can boost this sustainability and innovation as well. And what is sustainable public procurement? Of course, we include these environmental aspects. Also, we include these social aspects. As I mentioned, we need to think workers' well-being and how we can help these other society. And all the time when I talking about this sustainability and green public procurement life cycle approach. And this is the aspect what is something wrong, I think, in our mindsets in society, in public buyers. There I'm looking on this public buyer side, because this main aspect is only the price. But when you are looking on this price, probably this green product is a little bit more expensive, not this non-friendly, this environmental product, but we need to look on this life cycle, costing period. I can give this example. For example, construction. Everyone said that it's really huge money we need to invest when we need to build a new building. But when we are looking on this whole these life cycles, then we see that approximately 80% from all these costs is maintenance costs. It means electricity, heating. These costs, it's period approximately 50 years. And situation in Latvia. In Latvia we have firstly in Europe this green public procurement and social responsible procurement is voluntary. But in Latvia, we have mandatory regulation for green public procurement. We have Cabinet of Ministers resolution, which was approved in 2017, where is mandatory product groups, office equipment, and also we have office buildings. And but for social responsible procurement, we have voluntary these requirements. And for innovation procurement as well, we have voluntary. And what we can see on the statistics data that only when you have this regulation from this governance side, then of course procurement specialists include these requirements. And therefore, every year we need to get this report for United Nations. And we cannot say that we have sustainable procurement. Why? Because we only have these requirements for green public procurement. We have these mandatory groups, 9 groups, but we do not have include these social requirements. And therefore, we have a little bit, I think, not really good situation. And there you can see this proportion for green public procurement statistics in Latvia. And there you can see this goes ups and downs. And in a previous year, we have really big, we get to the, I think, to 2019. Yes, but there is one reason, I think, because in previous year, when we made these amendments, when included mandatory green public procurement is for third construction buildings, and therefore I think that all buildings is now doing not included these green public requirements. But this is the main aspect that we need these requirements and how we can manage these aspects as well. And of course, there are this sustainable procurement. We can also use this renewable energy procurement. All these horizontal aspects, we need to understand what is our problem and how we can resolve it. Of course, electric recycle also is the important question, how we can reduce these emissions, and we need to also think climate neutrality as well, circularity, and I think that all these aspects, sustainability, circularity, and climate neutrality, is going together, and of course it's through this innovation process. And there you can see these benefits from sustainable procurement, and all the time we need to understand that all procurements are made for society, and it's the main idea. In the buildings live people, and we need to think how they feel. Everyone, example, we buy food and catering services to schools and kindergartens, and then I ask if you do not want to include that high quality this food, then this next step will be the not really good health for your children. And therefore we need to focus on long-term period. We need to see these benefits in long term. And also we need to collaboration through these entrepreneurs, governance and society, and how we can together do it. And yeah. And probably the next steps, what we need to do, of course, I think we need to include these social requirements in public procurement, because we need to go to the next step. And then I think that need to more talk with entrepreneurs, because sometimes it's a thing that there are two parallel worlds, and then you are sometimes talking with scientists as well, and then is the third. But we need to go together and to discuss all this. And at the end of my presentation, I want to say that Herman Edward Lee, enough is best, and we can do it together. Thank you very much. Yes. And my question. Yeah, and my question, what should be improved in the field of public procurement to further promote innovation and sustainable development? Probably initiatives or something like that.
Yeah, maybe I will start because today I'm like on two legs, also representing the Riga Technical University project Cities 2030, which is actually at the end of the 4-year span. And we were focusing on the city region food supply chains and food systems. And one of the questions were actually the question about green public procurement for catering services at educational establishments, managed, run, and financed by local municipalities and governments. And we organized living labs in Vidzeme region discussing this. And what came out of these discussions? Very practical. One suggestion is, if we shape national legislation regarding green procurement, there is the distance band. You can deliver the products according to Latvia legislation. So it's so tricky and so easy. You actually bring in the products from other countries, bordering, okay? So this is a point our local farmers, organic farmers, biological farmers, they may not overcome this requirement because Simply, they cannot provide the price as our neighboring countries, for instance, Lithuania. So after these discussions in Cities 2030, we came to conclusion, first of all, we need to elaborate on these criteria. And secondly, more promote being more defensive, as in some other countries, for instance, France and Italy, really consume local products, seasonal products, and biological nature products for kids and children at educational establishments. So just experience by Cities 2030, but this is really important. We can speak around, but if there is a one requirement about distance band, so we stop here. Yeah, right, so just sharing experience.
As we are running in time, so I will give a simple example from my social network, what happened at the beginning of this year. Quite a lot of my friends have purchased solar panels and set up because they got a call from at least 2 major energy companies, Electrum and Enefit, offering them to purchase a service that everything will be settled, including all the technical documentation, all the setup issues, and adding financial product. You can pay for that service within 5 years without any interest loan. And in current period with high Euribor, that was most motivating issue. So I guess putting together financial instruments with good motivation, as you mentioned, so that could be motivating for both sides. And green suppliers are the ones that currently impact somehow that.
From my part, I can say that there is this problem that researchers, when he writes this project, we need to read all these huge documents, what government needs, what government need to improve and achieve. And there is this problem that we don't really understand, like what is the biggest problem, what need to be achieved, what is the first and second and go on. Sometimes it's too hard to understand these documents. And I think we need to create maybe some, like we have scientists breakfast in each university, I know, but maybe we need to create scientist and ministry breakfast or something where we can share our knowledges, what we can do together, because it is I don't know how to describe, maybe this is a key moment which helps us to create something which added value, not only project, but project which really will be works.
I think that one of the issues is the green competencies. That's those who makes procurements don't know how to make a green procurement. That's it. They have no ideas. They have no proved concepts, methodologies, what they can purchase that can be green or they can become greener through this. From my experience, we just passed some project where we were asked to put a green procurement. And when we are talking about just an event organization, that only that I can put that we will promise that all the coffee breaks, there won't be one-time plates, won't be one-time glasses. It will be such an approach used, but other ways I can't promote it. But in the same time, when we discuss with the ministries about their procurements, they don't see the products that is available. They don't see the technologies. They are not making their research before they make procurements. So they blame us, but they are not doing by themselves this part of task. It's a big work to make a green procurement. Yeah, you need to talk with the industries. You need to talk with competent persons who can support on that.
Applauses ago. And the last presentation, the grand final presentation from Evija Pudana. She is an executive director and strategic leader of the clean technology cluster, Clean Tech Latvia. She has been leading the cluster since 2016, wow, with the main focus on promoting the understanding and implementation and approval of environmental friendly technologies in Latvian companies. And also today, development of industrial symbiosis platform, yeah, and this is one of the most important projects at the moment. It's true.
Okay. So, hello to everyone. Today I decided to talk about the most important project for us, and at the same time it goes very, very close in line with the sustainability and innovations. So what about we are talking? We are talking about the use of leftovers in industries that manufacture products for us, and so we try to help them to avoid those wastes, to turn them to the resources. And honestly, I saw a huge potential for innovations, a huge. So in short, we are looking for 3 aspects in industrial symbiosis. It's economical, because I think that it's the main driver in any businesses, and that's, I'll be honest, it never will change, otherwise it's not a business anymore. Environmental, that we are not talking, and big companies already several years faces environmental requirements, like at least environmental product declaration. At least this one requires from them knowledge about their products, where they come from. They are not changing suppliers if they find most promising or most green. And then it's also the innovations and growth. Companies see that the growth is not impossible in those changing environments that we got now. The COVID and war, unfortunately, changed a lot our supply chains. It changed a lot predictability to get the resources, and companies start to reevaluate their processes. They start to take a look what is their leftovers, and is it possible to return them back to the processes. And if we start this initiative, my first steps there, it was in 2019. When I find out that there is some good cases in Latvia, but there is not a lot of them. And it could be improved, because I saw a lot of great ideas that we can work more. And when we wrote a project about the industrial symbiosis platform, we decided we will work in RISEBA, and we will choose the biggest company there, Valmieras Stikla, as one of our pilots, because we saw that it's the biggest company. They have even their own plot in the polygon, the polygon. Okay, landfill. They have their own plot there. So they have so huge amount of waste. And when we started to talk with them in 2022, they just had some small ideas what they could do. When they came to them in 2024 with an exact plan what we can do, they already solved at least 4 to 5 cases of their waste. It turned back to the resources. It's even, or they get additional value from that and sold it out to the markets. So for us, it's one of the most important issues now to identify companies with the waste and to start to turn it back to the resources, or start to turn it to the new resource availabilities. And if you talk about those companies' savings, we are always talking that there is several aspects that they should take into account. That we are not just focusing on waste and costs and emissions, but we also want to talk about the resources that they use, the resources that they can reuse, and also those additional investments are not so high as it was expected 2 or 3 years ago. And that's really nice to see that you can build quite a good new approaches, new technological solutions, and you can benefit more and more. What is one of the problems for companies? That is, our legislation is not following to innovations. Unfortunately, some of the innovations cannot be easily implemented and kept on a track, just because the product that we get out, we can't give it away in the best way, into the right direction. We need to build up additional big process, how we can for example, Gibson, to move to the companies that, like Knauf, that can use it like raw material. Our legislation are not so open to reuse of materials. So we have a quite big work with the ministries in ahead to change their mindset, how we use resources further. We wanted to talk about this synergy today because we are on the process of launching new call, and we will invite all the innovators and all the people who believe that circularity is one of the future economies to join us. Because now we evaluated leftovers, and we took the brewery as one of the first our pilot projects. Why? Because everyone knows what is the beer in the summer. And we are going to launch this call in next weeks. So we will provide the trainings for teams. We will establish new partnerships. So we are looking for quite different competencies, because there is at least 4 big portions of leftovers in breweries. It's like the used grains, that is, now it's used for feeding the animals, but it's not the best way. There is a huge amount of proteins and fibers in this. It could be used much more effectively and returned to humans' food chain. Otherwise, it goes to animals. It's like the next level. We are going down with the value of this product. Or like it's yeast that comes out from the beers, or it's after filtration, it's huge amount of proteins, and it's most of them are put on the wastewaters or moved to the animals. So this is the areas where we can improve, and our aim is to connect all the companies that works in brewery field to try to find which of the products we can unite under one company, so you can enough volumes of those wastes and those resources, so it becomes a reasonable further use of this resource. There's no final slide. I skipped it. So I invite to follow to Synergia and give us your thoughts, which industries can be more in our focus. We are really looking forward for the experiences gained in the other Europe, and also for my great team of ladies, I would like to ask, what is the first case that came in your mind where industrial symbiosis should be applied? Which industry, which company?
And I think that we will discuss all together in next break. Yes, because it's 1 o'clock, and this is very important, and I think you will have a lot of stories that here. Let's go there, grab some coffee, tea, and let's discuss this question. So thank you very much, all panel members, and also all participants here. Applauses for everyone.
Finally, certificates. We are just waiting for one certificate, but probably in Ines Pelša. Kristīne Irtiševa. Iveta Cirule. Inga Uvarova. And finally, Elina Mechelsone, our moderator. And Evija Pudane will receive in 5 minutes, probably, because... yeah, and photo. Jā, jūs jau izdarījāt, ja? Jā.
Hello, everyone. Back from the break. Hope you managed to grab some coffee, snacks, and I did a small research outside and asked people, maybe you want to kind of exchange my speech to the 20 minutes power nap. So I don't know, you still can vote. But as I'm here, so we proceed with the presentation. And yeah, good. So my presentation will be here to share with you and also to have a discussion on the partnership management challenges in the knowledge-intensive innovation ecosystems. I will start more in a broader scope from challenges in general innovation ecosystem, and then at the later stage of a presentation we'll also deep dive to the knowledge-intensive ones. And later, after the presentation, we will also have an interesting panel. Some of them are already involved in knowledge-intensive kind of projects. So let's then appropriate some of the insights from the literature, from my practical experience on this. My name is Kristaps. I'm practitioner more of innovation already for around 20 years. But recently also I have started a PhD, so this is the first year back to school, so to say, trying to change myself and the mindset back to the academic thinking. And it's actually quite interesting, and I see already a lot of the benefits I can gain currently. And the overall research topic I am engaging, so just to give you an insights and maybe there is some overlap, is around the innovation ecosystem, both on a holistic way, how open innovation interacts and can complement. So it was also very interesting before listening to the previous panel discussions because they also touched about open innovation. An equally interesting topic for me as a Latvian data set is to approbate and hopefully also to come up with the improvements for European Innovation Scoreboard, where we as a Latvia have a lot to do. But the good thing is there is possibilities where we can do and a good team which can improve. But let's deep dive in this today's presentations. So we'll give you a very short kind of a context where we are and what is kind of my presentation and research object and a subject, because I'm not sure every one of you have a innovation on day-to-day agenda, right? So, and why it's important to mention this, because you will see that some of the words are very specific on, for example, when we talk about innovation ecosystem, because collaboration defines ecosystem, yeah? And we will go in the next slides and we see where these challenges and opportunities comes. But one of the things, it's very important to emphasize that ecosystem, it's not a silo. As you see, it is a lot of the players. It's of course not mentioned all of them. And they are still growing because now symbiosis of the different kind of institutions are also arising. And who know, maybe after some time there also will be some general AI who will be also taking place at the table. Yeah. Challenges, partnership management or partnership governance challenges in the innovation ecosystem. This is a topic I was asked to share here and also with a panel, because we see that the dynamics of innovation by default, technology innovation, process innovation, they're like exponential, right? So everything changes super fast. And as I said, also participants are changing, evolving, changing roles, changing geographies, changing the scope. So you can imagine that adds a lot of complexity. And Bankhögskola and SSC and RISEBA, it's all about management, how you actually manage that type of kind of project, so to say. Yeah? And as I said, in the ecosystem, we are not alone there, right? So there is known partners, there is unknown partners. Sometimes we collaborate, sometimes, as we discussed on the break, sometimes there is a cooperation, sometimes there is a competition, right? And that is also one of the aspects of the ecosystem. It not by design means that it should be just a positive ways, that it's a collaborative, right? It also could be a competition, right? But that drives also the quality, yeah? And I'm not the first one to say that ecosystem or partnership makes sense, right? As you see here by Charles Darwin, it's actually like empirically proved that collaboration or partnership actually helps to survive, right? And if we deep dive into what is a business strategy, it is to survive, to grow, to outcompete others. And it's about the strategies, yeah? I will not deep dive into the kind of theory of game. There are plenty of strategies how you can survive in this kind of business game or social partnership game or ecosystem game. But definitely, statistically, it's proved that being in one or other forms of the partnerships, and we will deep dive later what type of business models can be, it increases the chances, increases outcome of the value. And that's equally important once we talk how to overcome these challenges, right? Because if the result is successful, that means in some ways that also these partners were able to overcome these challenges. So again, kind of data proven that it's easier in some form of a partnership to overcome these challenges, yeah? Because you are not alone, you have an options, you have scenarios, and definitely you don't know everything, possibilities, yeah? So my strong belief is, and that correlates also with the message of previously also shared by one of the speakers about the open innovation. It is moving from the ecosystems to the ecosystems, and not repeating the definition of an open innovation. It's more about, and especially as we hear more of the Latvians, right? We know how it's kind of in our blood to be this kind of like, we call it in Latvian viensāta, like me, myself, and I. We can do everything. We don't need others. Others steal ideas. Others steal business. So it's all about me. I will win the game, right? But again, back to the previous slide, statistically proven it doesn't work that way, right? So, and it's from small ecosystems to the like a one backyard or one district to the global ecosystems, right? So once we're having this discussion, I want that you imagine in your mind, depending where you sit in a business shoes, academic shoes, government, kind of what is your ecosystem, right? Because again, there is a macro systems and different smaller ecosystems, yeah? And it's really, as previous speakers mentioned, it is about the mindset shift, yeah? And let's see why. So one of my roles for recent 2 years, I'm actually into the, some of you know, I'm leading space innovation technologies. So I like to design this graph as a kind of a space orbits, but it's actually, I think, resonates also how the innovation ecosystem works, right? So there is no fixed, like a one, just a dimension, right? So it's, I don't know, it's a parallel 100 dimensions and parallel 100 scenarios of different speed and interactions and probabilities, right? And each of the ecosystem partners, and again, this is not all of them, of course, right? At some point, there could be very close. At some point, there could be very far away. At some point, there could be a bunch of the stakeholders together. At some point, there could be really kind of separate pattern groups, right? And I think this really represents how the ecosystem works in its core nature, right? So, but equally, you saw that it's really a lot of the moving parts. So it's not a kind of fixed situation which defines, as I said at the beginning, innovation in general. But then if you multiply by these stakeholders, then imagine this kind of complexity is just much more, right? So how to manage actually these lot of the moving parts, lot of the different orbits, and what are the challenges coming out of these different kind of scenarios they are experiencing. So the next slide combines kind of a synthesis both of the insights from the literature, but also a lot of kind of my personal experience and interviews with some of the experts, which is kind of still ongoing work, research, and also today's discussion will be part of this kind of experts interviews. But here is a kind of a very small glimpse of what was kind of these main pillars. And I'm really happy to use at least this audience also to discuss and maybe to object or complement, because this is really beneficial for me as well to see these different insights, right? And again, this is not like in the order which is stronger or less important fact, right? So one of the facts was about different objectives. And different objectives, again, on the timeline might change. So maybe on the beginning of the partnership, of the consortium, of the development of some ecosystem, or constatation of the fact that you are actually working as an ecosystem. So there might be one objectives. Everyone votes that, yes, we are going to the, let's say, green economy. But at some point, maybe closer to the end of the financial year, some objectives might change to some of the partners, right? Or there is a change of the kind of mother company impacting a daughter company on the regional level, and again, these objectives might change, yeah? Or we'll talk, moving to the next fact, and there is this kind of also overlap, right, that depending on the maturity, and maturity on different levels, maturity professionally, how people or the teams driving these kind of projects, businesses, or their core kind of institutional work they do, maturity on understanding what is a sustainability, as previously mentioned, what is innovation, what is a common kind of partnership goal, yeah? And this maturity sometimes, or quite often actually, could be not driven, let's say, with the wrong incentives, yeah? It can be just a cultural gap, yeah? And probably you who have worked across different teams, different geographies, you have seen like people are kind of like saying that, yes, they want to support, like, yes, Kristaps, but you see that it's not going to work, yeah? So there needs to be a follow-up, there needs to be more kind of reporting, asking from the teams, yeah? So different cultural kind of differences might impact really these partnerships, right? And you just need to be aware of that and recalibrate these partnerships in a kind of normal way. And this brings to the next point about communicating, yeah? Because some people like to be everything in a written, some just to do a kind of a good handshake and everything happen. Some, if there is no paper signed, then no kind of handshake makes sense, yeah? So again, these differences makes a lot of the challenges along the way, and I will be happy to kind of cross-check some of these facts also later on a panel discussion. Intellectual property, or in other words, the value what a team or someone gets out of the partnership, right? I'm mentioning here intellectual property because we will be deep diving more in this knowledge-intensive partnerships, right? But again, try to holistically look on this, basically value, what is generated through this ecosystem, through the partnership, who owns what, at what point, at what share, and how intensively everyone is contributing to achieve that, right? So those who were, I think the lady left, but those who have been involved, for example, in some European projects where a lot of the parties involved, you see that not all parties are equally contributing, but then they always want equal kind of value out of the outcome, right? So that again should be managed across, should be set right expectations. So as you see, this is a lot of the hustle, and again, if we talk specifically on intellectual property, there is a work for the lawyers, right? Up front, politely discussing, so it's always kind of in a team, product owner, business owner, and the lawyer kind of setting up the scene, and then actually I would also recommend that's the best way to agree on the rules before there is something tangible already achieved, because then there is emotions involved, right? Roles and responsibilities, that's actually is one of the things I will be focusing more today, and also asking our partners on a panel. I really believe that, and more actually articles prove that, that it's not anymore in the ecosystem how you enter the ecosystem, whether you are corporate, whether you are academic. It's more about setting up, when you're setting up these ecosystems or you're aiming for some kind of goal or mission, it's what role and what responsibilities each of the kind of parties takes. Yeah? And this, I think, is a bit of a paradigm shift. In one of the slides, I will share one of the frameworks. But this is something I really would love to deep dive more. And if all these previous kind of in place, then it shouldn't be a challenge about the trust and transparency. But again, you know, it's the more people are, or the more diverse teams or players are involved, the more is a question about the trust and transparency, right? Like a previous keynote speaker shared, on the fintech side, it's quite easily kind of solved. You basically can put all the agreements on the blockchain. You can't change anything. You can trace back, and it's basically, if you agreed, that's happened like a smart contract. Yeah? But you can't put everything on a blockchain. You need still to have this consent between the ecosystem partners for the common goal. Yeah. But the roles, as I said at the beginning, it's just the one part. It's also about the tool sets or this kind of environment where the ecosystem operates. And there are several kind of, I call it a business or partnership models. And maybe you can identify yourself in some of the stages. So it's not kind of like you should pass all of the stages, right? It's more like a kind of a map of where different partnership models might be, and what is ideal kind of expectation of the outcome parties are looking for while they're actually engaging these models. Yeah. For me, it was interesting. Even when I read through, I actually understood that I have experienced that way, but we very often talk about spin-outs, but we rarely speaking about also there is this term spin-ins, right? So you actually acquire, but you don't acquire the whole company. You maybe acquire a kind of like a service or core service which was developed, and you acquire then this kind of like a small node. You test how that integrates, you see the value, and maybe that is a prerequisite actually for the future M&A process, right? So this is actually interesting finding for me. Yeah. But as you see, these partnerships doesn't happen just because we want to be friends and happy family, right, and the better world. Of course, there is a lot of these benefits you can translate to the business, right? And again, this reflects to my previous slides about the open innovation. So all of this kind of is at the kind of backbone of the open innovation, because this is mixing internal kind of capacity and external possibilities. So in my role, again, in my practice, I work a lot with the partnerships, developing with the vendors, so to say, these go-to-market strategies. We co-develop projects, and everyone wins, right? So these vendors get in industry validation how they need to tailor their products. And I would say that could be also equally reflected or used also in, for example, educational programs, right? Talking to the industry, educational programs are tailored to support actually industry, right? So in a sense, That is a partnership where you co-develop, for example, back then with a bank, like a banking academy, right? So because they needed kind of talent for the future, so that there was created a new academy, right? So how to overcome these challenges? As you saw, there is quite a lot of them. So as I said, one of hypotheses were at this point, I'm kind of a strong ambassador of this approach about actor-based, as I said, because previous models, I don't think they fully not solving all the problems. And I'm looking on you, Elena, because you shared with me this model, and I got this inspiration from you. We'll talk later also on a panel discussion. But I did also a bit of research. I found not a similar, but kind of similar mindset or approach of this role-based kind of directions. And what is even more important, I think, is that not that there is a kind of like a known logos and proving that there should be something beneficial like MIT, but it really resonated with previous researches I was reading through, or the initial kind of design where I was looking into how actually to improve this collaboration across the ecosystem, what are the challenges. And when I saw this model, it was really like this kind of like, aha, right, because I was starting maybe from one of the nodes. Maybe you know this term about a bridge maker or facilitator, seeing a more need. Remember, we discussed it at the beginning that the whole environment is more dynamic, more iterative, more like generative. Yeah, it's not only AI is generative. Our world is generative, right? It's basically as we speak, things change. So also maybe a partnership setup or some of activities could be changed from today to tomorrow, right? And these role plays or the aims, what is mentioned here, it's really helping to be much more adaptive, because you are coming into this ecosystem, into this partnership, not like a status quo. I'm a corporate, I'm acting as a corporate, and I'm expecting as a corporate, right? Or I'm coming into this play as an academia, and for ages and ages, academia was just a kind of like a talent pool, and that's it, right? So how I would see actually even this model, if we just reflect on this, that even this was designed as an economic ecosystem, right? But they also writing in their report that this model could be applied to any type of an ecosystems. I would say that this entrepreneur, or let's call it kind of like a placeholder word, entrepreneur, actually can be anyone. Yeah, and we see now also from universities that even university can act actually as this middleman, as this catalyst, and in some ways acting as entrepreneur, and vice versa. Actually, corporates can act as a talent pool to the universities, right? So it is about the role play, that it's not kind of embedded in a stone. It's really changing, and I think that really resonates to the innovation environment, right? So let's add a bit of complexity, because we discussed that today's topic is more about knowledge-intensive innovation ecosystems, right? And that definitely adds a bit of a complexity. So what is the next layer or next challenges if we'll deep dive or start opening this discussion, which will follow up in a panel, about what is additional challenges if we talk about deep tech or knowledge-intensive kind of directions, right? So it is about this complexity, because there is a different and quite of a knowledge transfer, right? Because the talent pool is small, and you need to kind of expand that. And it's not only about what you know, but also how you share that with others, right? And that's when especially when you're mixing a differences, knowledge-intensive kind of activities, then it's even much more harder, right? Talent pool is a really important topic, and this is, of course, not only in small economies like here in Latvia, but you have, I believe, those who are involved in the deep tech, you have seen that it's not so easy to find a specific talent because it takes time. Yeah? It's not like, hey, guys, I need a STEM, 3, 4 kind of postdocs, and let's work it on it, right? Diverse expertise, right? As I said at the beginning, to create innovations, it requires this ecosystem, and or in a sense, diverse expertise is also a small ecosystem, right? Because and this is proven again by the agile, by different methods, that if your team is really diverse, then there is a better result. But again, this result, to get to this result with these specific knowledge-intensive programs, it really requires much harder work, as also for the project managers, they need to understand what is this tech behind, what these people kind of are developing, and how they are getting to these ideas or solving these challenges, right? Previously mentioned about sustainability of innovation, that is still a challenge for everyone, but specifically again on the deep tech side, I would say it's more challenging because the cycle is longer, and it's easier actually to cut at some point and just to give up, right? But you need again this recurring kind of a circular approach to continue to innovate, yeah. And last but not least, we'll have definitely this discussion as well with Egit on a panel as well, is about regulatory compliance, right? Innovations in general struggle in corporations, or not only in corporations, also whatever who is measuring them, that people tend to apply the same ways of same KPIs, or how I call it, same rulers to measure like kind of basic business with innovations. And that is already by design a conflict. But then regulatory bodies sometimes think, okay, we have agreed how we measure innovations, leave us alone. And then now you're asking to also to understand how to do kind of governance and regulation of the deep tech. Maybe you can skip it and just say the deep tech is the same innovations, and let's go along the way. But again, and that was recently also discussed in the deep tech conference a few weeks ago, deep tech is really deep. Surprise, right? So if a normal software development could happen like in weeks, months, maybe a year, so the deep tech definitely will take 5 to 7, maybe 9 years. So you imagine the KPIs or OKRs in the best case can't be the same, yeah? And this again comes back to the kind of mindset maturity. Do you understand what you want to measure, how you measure, and what should be done to do that, yeah? So you see this, do you see color? Yeah. So I colored with the yellow the overlapping kind of like words. So what you see, it's also about the management, right? And this comes back to what I previously said, that even there is a good model of partners aiming for something, there should be agreed on the roles, who is driving that, who is promoting that, who is managing that. And sometimes, and actually I see it more and more, and I'm ambassador for this kind of direction of the, as I said, bridge makers or facilitators, there is a more need that there comes into maybe a kind of like a separate institution, could be 1, 2 people, could be a bunch of people, doesn't matter, who actually specifically have this agenda to be this mediator, to be this facilitator, to be this kind of a timekeeper, to be this kind of buddy to talk to or a mentor, right? Because everyone has his own agenda very often, everyone expects that things will gonna fly its own way, but it doesn't happen specifically in these kind of challenging and dynamic times. Yeah. So let me finish on a slide that everyone can be everyone, and we don't need to wait for someone else. So if we want to do this change in ecosystem, we need actually to be this change and act like this. Thank you. I will grab a drink. And in a minute we'll invite panel discussion. But I need Good. So to follow up on this panel on the same topic, let me invite one of my friends and someone who hustled me also to enter the PhD, Elina Lidere. Elina is Innovation Ecosystem Lead at Latvia's Mobilized Telephones, 5G expert, it's written as well. We'll ask you on this. But as well, Elina is also a PhD student, and really good kind of, I would say, ambassador of an ecosystem to promoting this open innovation mindset. But let's deep dive later. Another friend of mine, Egita Aizsalniece Bema, head of office at Latvian Office of Innovation and Technology in Brussels. And many more roles, and bringing a lot of innovation agenda from Brussels to Riga, and taking a good cases from Riga to Brussels. Of course, not only Riga. We are fans also for other cities. And then to make this kind of discussion even more interesting, we have also two gentlemen from the kind of technology and academic more field. So let me invite David Stebelis, Technology Transfer Innovation Ecosystem Expert, and as well researcher from RTU. And last but not least, Juris Strazembenskis, sorry, my bad, leading technology transfer as well, an IP protection expert at the University of Latvia. So we already touched upon the IP, so maybe that's also will be something, one of the questions we will be touching. Let me sit as well. So dear audience, yeah, we discussed, or I discussed, now we're moving to you, a slightly intro about innovation ecosystem, challenges, a bit of what is the different in the knowledge intensive one, but maybe to give a bit more kind of double click on your role in the organization, maybe you can very briefly share what's your role as an innovation lead in your organization, and how that kind of maps to the ecosystem. And yeah, whatever, who wants, yeah.
I can start. I'm innovation ecosystem lead in Latvian mobile telephone. We started work on ecosystems already a few years ago. At the time, then that one word wasn't so popular. Nowadays, even sometimes it is hated even. Became such a buzzword. But basically, we started really with open innovations from 4G times when we launched all the unlimited data plans, and we needed to figure out what we could do with 5G, because yeah, only faster internet will not be enough. So we started to look through the new services, and we understood that 5G will be industrial services. And that's why we needed actually to get competences in really huge different industries, like drones, like mobility, smart cities, defense. And yeah, it's hard actually to grow just in one day in-house those knowledge. And even nowadays we understand that it's
like all the knowledge outside is really valid, and sometimes it really helps to just boost, strengthen, and sometimes even develop ecosystem around you. Also from ecosystem theory, it's even in many cases very useful to actually help your competitors in your ecosystem. So you could also get the growth and really all the benefits from an ecosystem. And yes, right now I'm working on more than 10 ecosystems. Like I'm using that one MIT model for stakeholder mapping, and we really like some of the ecosystems we started to be the leading one partner, and some we are still leading there. And there is different models. In some we are just now participants or changing their role year by year. So yes, basically lots of work with ecosystems.
Thanks for having time. Come here.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Christos, for kind introduction. I'm heading a Latvian Innovation and Technology Office in Brussels now for 3 years. But previously, I was also in a foreign service for Latvia in Amsterdam, where my knowledge of what you can do with coordinated action and how you can do with innovations in the country. And Netherlands, I think, is a great example in many fields. And now, yes, LIA is an innovation agency as well in Latvia, funding agency. We have 3 technology offices abroad, one in Brussels to access EU funding, to help companies and also ecosystem players to access EU funding, then one in Geneva for accessing CERN possibilities, innovating with CERN, and one in Tel Aviv, access to Israeli innovation ecosystem. And I believe my role is, as I'm working more with EIC and EIT instruments, as a national contact point, and that's really on deep tech. So I see my role also to facilitate a cooperation on strengthening deep tech ecosystem in Latvia, and also in a role of public organization. We are the funders, so we need to improve our funding instruments in Latvia to support not only birth of startups, but also growth. And that's obviously also requires important funding support, as you already, Christos, mentioned, that it's a long life before the deep tech really takes off and brings lots of money to Latvian economy. There is a longer support needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is David. I'm working for European Space Agency as an industrial coordinator in Latvia. In regards to ecosystem, I believe I'm one of the persons who is kind of trying to build bridges between different stakeholders, typically universities and companies. A lot, I would say, because typically every and each development is related to some research and development which is coming from university. We don't say deep tech, we are deep tech. Typical development in space is around 12 years. So from initial research to deployment, it takes quite a lot of time and quite a lot of money. So there are a lot of stakeholders, other ones like ministries with their interests. As well, we do have association. We do have ESA as an institution. There are some different organizations as well in some cases. So to align everything, and it's quite a challenge, I would say. And for example, space ecosystem in Latvia has enormous space for improvement, I would say.
Space has a space.
Space has some space, yeah.
Hello, my name is Juris. I represent University of Latvia, and I would like to say thank you for the invitation and possibilities to be a part of this discussion. I joined the university in last year as there was also a lot of changes in TTO office, I mean in technology transfer office. We work out on a basis of, let's say, for example, IP policy, new IP policy, procedures, auctions, a lot of things changed now, and we try to manage and to show to our, let's say, internal researchers that everything now is clear, and the conditions also are clear, how to act and what can we do. And the same for us also, we are responsible for the partnership outside of the university, and we are responsible to show the that we are a reliable partner, that the conditions are understandable, how we could cooperate, what can we offer for you. And one also, let's say, core part for us is to protect intellectual property. It's quite tricky question and issue that covers a lot of things inside there. And we are trying to do all the best, and we're trying to find the right strategy for the IP protection, as it could cost from several hundred euros up to 10,000 and 100,000 euros in let's say in period of 5 years. And we made a lot during the last year and continue also during this year. Latvia, University of Latvia is one of the participants in the Association of Universities of Latvia, and we work a lot on amendments for the legislation. And I think that the later there will be also more discussion, and we can take also some notes on the legislation and what have we made for this. And so thank you very much for this, and for Kristaps for great presentation and great coverage of all these questions. And there
will be more.
There will be more. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks everyone, and I think this kind of approves one of my kind of recent statements that ecosystem is really quite complex, because you see even just the one or just as 4 individual organizations, it's already quite of a complex to remember all what they do, how big agendas they have. So imagine that there here would be sitting a consortium. This would be quite of a nightmare, right? So they have internal challenges. So multiplying with the partnerships, that definitely is not kind of just a kind of mathematical progression. Definitely, I would say it's a geometrical progression. But before we deep dive into the challenges, maybe you can mention some of the recent partnership models which was successful. And by partnership model, as I shared, just to reflect whether that was, I don't know, consortium, whether that was a kind of strategic partnership, whether that was a super friendly subcontractor, whether that was some other form. Yeah, just to learn, just to share for the audience that there is a hope.
Yep, we have a lot of good examples. They're still ongoing as well. So, but different kind of. One of the big things we are doing, we are participating in multiple EU and NATO projects. So that is consortium based, and that really, yes, we like a lot, because that is great access to the partners. And I think also from EU side, it's really great that they ask academic sector to go together with industry, and that really helps. Yes, sometimes yes, you need a little bit force, yes, to get them know each other better. Also Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and so on, so on. Then like local ecosystems, it's like mostly based also. community through the, in many cases through the memorandum of understanding. And through the regular meetings and events where we discuss common interests, common problems and challenges, where we actually present some good results as well, of course, and really work together to get some results. For example, we have an initiative of state-owned companies, how they manage to be innovative and how actually they can do innovations in their companies. Then, for example, quantum technologies, which actually started from the scientists which came to us and ask for help from an industry side. Maybe we can see like where we can, what we can do with quantum technologies here in local industry. That was like a few years ago, at the time where actually no one really understands the practical use of that, at least in the near future. But it's nowadays there are also ongoing projects with academic sector and industry as well. Then, for example, we have chip industry, chip production and knowledge ecosystem here in Latvia, where we started also to talk with all the industry players and academic sector, and now we are helping all together really to see the ecosystem in national level, what we have the capacities, what we need on education side, on industry side, and also how we can actually use also all the EU level funding and knowledge there.
If you should summarize like 3 keywords, right? We are researchers here, we need some keywords. So what was these keywords? Why this was successful, these partnerships?
I mean, the one thing is also, yeah, the successful was that actually people were talking and regularly, like on regular basis, because the need of communication everyone knows, but there is no time to do that. So you need to plan on regular basis, and I think also, yes, the common goal. Usually we also aim to set some mission value also in ecosystem, so that like really huge idea where we want to be, and also in like in national level at least. And yes, and that's actually helping also to bring together also competitors and work together and get it done.
I think it's a very good point about aligned goal and maybe sometimes kind of frequent recommunication about that kind of like realignment. Yeah. Anyone else on good cases, on sharing some life hacks, how to make successful partnerships?
Life hack, then from me, I'm a big promoter, of course, of opportunities that EU cooperation brings, because I see that actually happening and I can see real results. Yes, administration, yes, burdens, but also, yes, free money that is necessary for ecosystems to strive. So let me give you maybe one of the latest Latvian success stories. As maybe you know, for ecosystem support, there are actual instruments in Brussels. So let me mention one that is I3 instrument, a very innovative word, but it's actually a good program under DG Regio. Maybe some of you know Interreg, so it's a sister program, let's say, from that. Which one under program of that is to strengthen the ecosystem capacity, and one great success for Latvia is that Latvian Hydrogen Association won one of the 6 consortia deals together with Getlini and Riga City and Tartu City, and also a Dutch consultancy company, where they will make hydrogen from garbage, which is circular, and lots of good things will come from that. And so yeah, that's really a good one. And I think that maybe this example shows that when you pinpoint as an ecosystem, you pinpoint an instrument that is a good mobilizing you all to go for that, to go to work together, to meet regularly, and to really apply for funding, for example, that strengthens your cooperation. And in the end, if there is a funding coming, that it's also a driver of continuing talking.
So we need those carrots, right?
Yes, carrots.
I just I remembered one thought because I want to share, because it's also like in deep tech, in the ecosystem. For example, in semiconductor ecosystem, we with Vice President of LMT, Mars Puchis, were laughing that only after 2 years we started to understand what the scientists were talking about.
Yeah, so deep tech is deep. Yeah,
yeah, maybe I can add. In space, it's like there's somebody who is building a rocket, then there is somebody who is building a system, then there's somebody who is building a subsystem, and maybe even there are several subsystems, and then there is somebody who is building a small chip, right? So, and everybody is somehow connected to each other. So if we want to build the rocket, we need a huge consortium. And typically all those projects are consortium based, and Latvians are somehow pushed to meet, to discuss, to build relationships, which is not an easy task for everybody, because especially if you are a newcomer. I wouldn't emphasize one specific project maybe, but you can look on an ecosystem from a different perspective, not a project, but the ecosystem as it is right now. For example, in Latvia, and in space, we see, for example, that there are some several topics for improvement. For example, governance model, how it's organized, alignment between ministries, because ministries has different targets, so they has to be aligned. How information is transformed from ministries to entities. How, for example, academia is aware of the needs of industry, specifically all the mentioned initiatives have a big struggle of workforce availability. And for example, if we take a look on a space ecosystem, there are so many different elements which has to be aligned. And I believe this graph which you presented was, which is coming from you, was very precise illustration how to look at it. And it gives you a very nice understanding about how you can cluster those stakeholders. In another dimension where I'm represented as well, which is technology transfer, where we have industry, where we have academia and associations, ministries, we have a huge problem. For example, technology transfer as a process, as an ecosystem is really broken in Latvia, because we do not have this kind of mission idea why we do what we do. There is a lot of unalignment between different stakeholders. Everybody has a bit different agenda, and for example, this is the reason why we cannot really fix technology transfer issue for last 10 years. And it could be a really nice case example to use in your PhD study, maybe.
Yeah. Do you want to add, or?
So I would like to add from the university side, we have cooperation between research institutions, and there is a lot of projects where several institutions could cooperate for one research project. There are also a cooperation with private companies, and it depends on these grant conditions, and they work on. There is also national programs such as Biomed Farm and Photonica. There is consortium agreement for several institutions, and in some projects parts there are let's say from 3 to 5 let's say institutions in one who will be the holder of the IP in the end. And there is also created valorization group to do this technology transfer on next stages. Of course, there are a lot of things that we have to work out and to improve and to find the right way. But anyway, I think that this cooperation already is on a good level with a great possibility to grow up and to improve in the future.
Okay, so David already mentioned some of the challenges at the end, right? And I think it's an honest status where we are currently, right? Also, my presentation was about that. So maybe some of you can share. So what are the main challenges? We heard a good cases, so communication, alignment on the goal. So let's not use those words in a negative sense. What could be another challenges you could mention? Why these partnerships maybe struggle, or why they don't happen at all? And as a kind of second question, just maybe already think about that. Interesting for me to kind of to test one of these hypotheses. Do you see that one of the challenges could be that there is maybe some more room at the table, that there should be these kind of like outside facilitators, outside promoters, outside communicators involved, or we are good as we are, we just need to do something better?
I can give some input on this topic. My personal view is about that everything, the beginning of everything is from alignment, and it's absolutely crucial. And alignment is about that, as you said and you stated in your presentation, it's about common goals. It's about some responsibilities. So you know, and everybody knows what they are kind of representing, what they are, what are the expectations from a stakeholder. But even more, we should be aligned on the resources available, on the risks associated to some specific initiative, and alignment on this level helps to do better planning and execution. And I think, honestly speaking, on a regular basis, how much I see, we really lack this level of details when we talk about research and risk assessments on some specific initiatives, when we build some ecosystems or engage different stakeholders into some, and leadership is one of problems I see quite often, which in many cases is associated as well towards weak communication. From me.
Maybe I can add on that, because we use quite often different approach, because in many cases actually there's so many uncertainties, and you come together and you actually don't know who will do that and what actually needed to be done, and you just start to talk with each other, and then just time by time, realize some of your strengths. And what we do also in our company, we use this model where we actually try to find our strengths and then grow our business, not with focus at already known KPIs, but we just use our strengths and build up the services and products, and then we see actually and move in that direction where the better results are. And the same actually with ecosystems. It's in so many, like with the semiconductors or quantum technology, it's the same. You actually don't know where could it be the benefit, and we just start to talk with each other, and that really helps, because on a regular basis, that is really, I think, important, and then you realize, oh, that could be actually valuable, and then you start to work on that, or you see, oh, we have so many experts actually in the field where you thought that no one is, like for example on those semiconductors, and even world records on that side. So and then you start to build the ecosystem initiatives on those skills. I would agree also about the leadership, and mostly I think in Latvia's case about the ambitions, because in many cases it's actually or really low ambitions for a small projects or small scale initiatives and ecosystems. Yeah, I think there's a little bit time needed to really train those ambitions, yes, and also the culture, how to cooperate with each other and really understand each other and build all the networking side. Yeah, but ambitions could help a lot for Latvia.
Good point, yeah.
Okay, if I can also add, I want to emphasize two things. One is the really importance of these bridge makers, like science promoters or commercialization managers, so people who understand more than one world and can be this mediator in between, because scientists have their own job and task. It's citations and it's quotings and scientific papers, and then it would be wrong to expect from them to make business out of their results. So the role, and also the role in the respect in the society, to have respectful also pays for those people, because they play very important roles. And I wouldn't call them consultants, I call them project developers who put partners together, and they often are key. And second aspect, I want to mention that, as you probably know, in a process where we talked about innovation ecosystems as triple helix model, we have moved to quadra-helix model, where social players are important, and often ecosystems missing that one out, which is a short-term view, as adaptation of technology is also a key, because as we know, many like driverless cars can start already tomorrow, but the question is about the accessibility and adaptation in society. And so already testing in the process of developing of technology with the society, that's the strength of the ecosystem. So quadra-helix model. Thank you.
I will introduce you like the Christoph with MIT model wears 6 rows, yes?
You can make it even more.
So I will give some addings and some input. If we speak about the environment and the preconditions, as I previously mentioned, it's important to play according to the rules that we have. And so far we are playing according to rules in a hard way in comparison to our neighbors and to all other European and world countries. So I mean, for example, there is condition to transfer the IP via auction. So there are, let's say, a lot of procedural tasks to complete to fulfill this condition, and it is also takes the resources, time, and so on. And we are uncompetitive to other players in the field. So additionally, we can say that we have to raise the knowledge on IP and how to protect it, and how to make a strategy. Because there are some conditions in granted project, the researchers and teams, they fulfill, they complete everything, but there is no next step, what do we do after. So there are costs if there is, let's say, 5 years to be, let's say, we have to keep this IP, and if we do not commercialize it, so there are costs, maintenance costs, and therefore we have to find the right way how to move forward with this. The researchers, they also have their own expectations, but the real situation on the market, in the possibilities to transfer the IP and to sign the license agreement, and this situation completely differs from their expectations. So we have to grow in this understanding. We have to, let's say, produce specialists who understand how to do this in the right way. And there are a lot of, let's say, work to do more in all scientific institutions, and also in to improve these preconditions for the technology transfer. And then later, there is a next stage that already mentioned by Davids, that there is we have to create this vision, and we have to have this ambition, and we have to show this leadership, and to grow and to find this satisfactory results for us, for all players on the market. We have to collaborate, and we have to find what works for us. Because if something works for one company, one startup, it doesn't mean that for another it will work the same way. So there is a mix of instruments that we have to use, and we have to define it correctly, and so this is my adding.
I do want to add on that. I'm sorry. No, I think it's actually a super great aspect to touch upon, and I see also, I have heard the stories about how scientists also in auctions sell their ideas for much less money as state is actually invested in them. And I started also my PhD studies with motivations we did from the project on industrial PhD when we launched it for Riga Technical University with cooperation with LMT, and we had this training course also conducted by David's so-called collab, and we started, actually they mixed, merged together industry players with academic sector, and it really, like, also the PhD student with whom I worked there, he this year got his PhD degree, and he said at the beginning it was like he thought that it's crazy stuff we were talking about. But in the end, when he finished the work, he realized that there were so many interesting angles also for him, for his research. He done, and he got really great value out of there. And in many cases, actually, it is maybe sometimes, yeah, there is more cooperation between industry and academic sector needed, so scientists actually could understand more the angle of a business, and see the bright future, maybe also on money side. And yeah, that could maybe help as well.
This is actually just a compliment. I wanted to ask how you see that these transfer managers or commercializators or I don't know, industry kind of idea scouts, should they be purely kind of academia in-house based, or maybe they should live on this intersection? Because I see similarities that with like a product owner is not always the best seller, right? So the business owner should come in place who is not so kind of looking on this as on a product, but looking on the kind of value proposition, not on a tech proposition, but rather on the value proposition. And I think there might be different kind of vision how to see that. Yeah? And in some way, I think this is what maybe Elena mentioned, that if early on industry, not always industry, right? Also a big buyer is also government, right? Nowadays, yeah. If early on buyer, let's say, is involved or assessed on their needs, maybe then these IPs which are developed, which will be with a higher kind of conversion rate. It's just an assumption to discuss.
So maybe we can look a bit wider to another country's experience as well. For example, there are such, let's say, companies called special purpose or special meaning companies, derivated from the university, and they overtook some part of the responsibilities from TTO offices, and so they split these activities. There are some advantages, disadvantages. We can discuss a lot of this, but these models already exist and already working, and there are a lot of, let's say, changes now also in this field and in the vision how it could work out and look like. And in every country, even it could be such, let's say, mediator who is responsible for the IP and for the transferring of the IP for several universities, not only one. So, and it, of course, depends on the possibilities, but we in Latvia have a lot of, and we have a huge potential, and we have a lot of inventions, a lot of, let's say, created inventions in Latvia. Sometimes we just publish the information because the conditions of the grant is oriented, yes, just to publish and to be available for the society, this knowledge and so on. Maybe we have to reconsider this and to think about maybe first we protect. And we decide how we act, and we decide how we do this evaluation, and we find these, let's say, procedures, how to do it in correct way. And later, we have this protected IP, and it's possible to do, let's say, to publish whatever you want, but you already protected this. And there is also possibility to grow and to improve this collaboration and to improve these conditions also for spin-offs. As it will be also like an instrument and possibility to transfer the knowledge and IP. And these companies who sign the exclusive license agreement or who purchases the IP, they implement this IP into a product. And they know better the market, and they find their ways how they act and how they promote their product and services. Maybe colleagues would add something on this.
I like to make examples because I think examples work best for audience. I would like to give as an example of solid state physics center Materais. That's commercialization part of the institute, and it's working very well. That's my observation, and that's also generally recognized. Good spin-offs come out. There are commercialization specialists who really link the needs of the industry and with the scientific possibilities. And the projects are ready to go for the bigger, also public funding when they come through that. Let me give you just one example of a spin-off that is Cellbox Labs that grew, that's organs on chips startup who is growing. Yes, it's a deep tech, so it's not a miracle. It will not sky run in 2 years. It's a longer process, but they are on the right track. So indeed, having this commercialization energy in the institute is very, very critical, and it really works. I see also the commercialization people from Solid State Physics Institute in matchmaking events in Brussels, so they're really very targeted, very focused. It's not the scientists who sometimes have problems explaining what they do to non-scientists, but they're really clear language, commercially oriented, and it really makes a difference.
Okay, thanks you. So we are 5 minutes to the end, and maybe just to conclude, so what would be your kind of wish to the, not let's say what you would be doing, but let's say wish to the involved ecosystem around you. So what you are currently lacking from your partners, and you would wish that would be kind of solved like tomorrow, and then you believe it would be much easier to achieve some of your goals.
I can summarize it in with ambitions. Yes,
Okay.
I would love to have them bigger ambitions and really much more bigger. Yes, yes, yes.
Well, in my line of business, more ecosystem projects, applications for EU funding, because I believe that extra funding gives muscles to the ecosystem. Let me again make another good example, which is biocatalyst, biotechnology, great like foundation that has won European Innovation Ecosystem Call together with Lithuanian and some other partners, where they now in a process really rapidly growing the ecosystems in the respective countries, and in autumn they will even be able to open a pre-accelerator, so giving grants to startups. So that's what Join EU project can do to the ecosystem.
Teamwork.
Yeah, I would add that I wish Latvian governmental institutions like ministries neither look so much on industries, but to ecosystem approach. Yeah, and maybe some industry has some number of ecosystems inside. So this would, I think, will be a change maker.
Yeah, I agree. Good point.
So I will.
Hopefully, ministry is looking this record.
So I will add that point that already mentioned, that we have to soften these conditions for the players, and this will help a lot, and this will improve this environment, and there will be much more interest from the private sector, from the industrial sector, to cooperate with the higher educational institutions.
So more friendly environment.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Maybe one last question from the audience. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Yeah. Thank you, panel. For this. For this. For this.
And thank you the organizers for, how to say, enlightenment of mysteries of commercialization. That, yeah, certificates of participation. Elīna Līdere. Egita aizsilniece Ibama. Davids Štebels. Jurijs Jastrzežemskis. Pareizi.
Yeah.
Finally, moderator Kristaps Banga.
Paldies. Paldies par uzaicinājumu.
Aplausi.
Paldies.
And picture.
Yeah, come on and picture.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, dear audience. It's a real pleasure to see you all here, and I hope you still have enough energy to follow the fourth session of our today's conference, and it will be devoted to higher education issues, and it's called New Generation Business and Finance Education. And we will start with a keynote speech from the Honorable Professor from Portugal, and it will be followed by the panel discussion of 4 experts from Latvia, but with an international experience, plus we hope that also Professor from Portugal, Luisa Carvalho, will stay with us. So let me introduce our keynote speaker. Her name is Luisa Carvalho, and she is from Institute Polytechnic in Setúbal in Portugal, and she is associate professor from the Department of Economics and Management, and she is also a researcher in Cefage, which is in the University of Évora, also in Portugal. And she is also a guest lecturer with an experience at University of São Paulo, Brazil, in the doctoral program of management. And her topics of research are entrepreneurship, innovation, and sustainability circular economy. Author of more than 20 books. So, Luisa, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to send acknowledge to all of you and of course to the Banco Zogo Escola and to all the participants of this conference. It is a pleasure to participate, and it was a pity don't are able to travel and be present in Latvia. It's a beautiful country and very nice people, but let's do it online, and I'm able, if you have any questions, any thought that you want to share, please do it. So I would like to share with you some ideas about sustainable business models, and what do you think that this kind of models could influence in the future. Of course, that this topic it's related with different aspects, of course, business and management, but also with education, because we can thinking about how we can educate in business science, but in other areas such as engineering, and could be also a transversal mindset, taking in account the sustainability of business models. So Christop's made my presentation, so it's not necessary to do now. Just a short summary. This presentation are divided in these parts. Why? And why it's thinking about why this topic it's relevant and relevant for all, not just for people from business, but for all of us. How to develop business models for future. What are the results expected? Some framework and models, and some examples and case studies at the end. So why? All of us have some experiences about climate change, their impact, with hurricanes, with some extreme climate phenomena that impact in our nowadays, in our daily lives, but also in the business of the companies and employment, etc. So it's important to thinking about it and how can we contribute to change this. And linking this with companies, with business, we know that entrepreneurial success depends on 3 aspects that could be intercepted between them, but the entrepreneurial profile, and about it we can identify some features, some characteristics of entrepreneurs, such as personality, capacity factors to predict business activities, and possibility to discriminate between successful and unsuccessful entrepreneurs. So how business behavior can influence these individual differences. Also, external environment that could influence the process, such as the possibility to do cooperation, the government agencies, trade, education sector, higher education, clients, suppliers, etc., that can influence to push business. And also managerial process. And external environment could be seen as factors in the first phase of the process, for the startups. But it's necessary to manage the process and manage the new business that could include different studies about variables that could influence the process, such as customers, resources, finance, etc., strategy. So part or most of these variables could influence and be understood as the business model. And how to do it, the process. We are trying in different economies around the world, some of them more and some of them less, make the evolution from the linear to a circular economy. So in a linear economy, most of the companies and most of them small and medium enterprises use the process of to production, use the raw materials for the production use, and then have no recyclable waste, and don't use the waste for nothing, just waste. Some of them have this part of recycling, so can reintroduce in the process some materials, but not all. But we would like to evolve for a model, a model that, in my opinion, must imply a new mindset, a mindset focused in sustainable business models that allows close the loop. So introduce the raw materials in production, in use, and then recycling. And this process could be done not just in a company, but in cooperation with different companies. We have a model named Butterfly model that explains it, how companies can cooperate between them in order to use raw materials from one company, can be waste of other companies. So, but this model implies cooperation, and we know that sometimes it's different, people cooperate. Because sometimes they are competitors that are not confident to do it, don't have governance models, etc., and don't see the value added with the cooperation in this process. But we must make this evolution. So in order to do it, it's important to see what we can do with business model, and just some clues about business model. This could be an holistic approach that consider a company that have mechanisms for value capture and value creation. We have different and several definition of business models, but I select this one because I think it's easier to understand. So the business model for future must do this closing the loop and have two purposes. It is a tool that could be used to analyze the value creation for a company, and also could be mediate the transfer of technology or an idea to the market, attending to the value created and for the potential customers. So this possibility to use sustainable or circular, we can discuss this later, business model must be seen as a possibility of innovation, and could be technological innovation, digital innovation, but also social innovation, because sometimes the waste, in Portugal we have a project that the waste of the restaurants are distributed for people that are homeless or have some economic problems, and this food that sometimes it's waste for restaurants are distributed in the good conditions, of course, to these people. So it's circular economy, but not with an economic impact, but with a social impact. So we can study this in different perspectives. So what? The results. About the results, we can see that we can identify different drivers to innovate in business model, such as I said, new technologies, the Internet of Things, cloud, social media, big data, 3D, digitalization, artificial intelligence, etc., that could change this interaction among firms, users, clients, and other stakeholders. Of course, that quick market change also can increase the obsolescence of the business models and justify innovation as an imperative. And some companies innovate not because they want to do it, but because they must do, otherwise they die. Sustainability moved by climate change, resources, energy. Today it's the Energy Day, so circular economy, it's also about energy, of course. And social needs and social innovation also could be a possibility and a driver for the innovation in business model. So these new business models could be sustainable and circular. Let's see some differences. In the blue, we have the normal business model, but when we make this evolution to the business model, regular to sustainable business model, we see that we have some challenge, because these sustainable business models allows to thinking about solutions for sustainability, considering social, economic, and environmental sustainability. It's more focused in a long-term perspective that allows to create value, and sometimes imply governance models in order to manage some multi-stakeholders. and sometimes it is very difficult, and companies are not able to do it, or don't have a reason, an economic reason to do it. Sometimes it's necessary to have other stakeholders, public stakeholders, that could engage companies, universities in this process. So when we move on to circular business model, we focus more in solutions for circular economy, and we try to close the loop, slowing, narrow the resources, and most of the times transform waste in the possibility to be reuse, upcycling, etc. in the process. So these circular business models can reduce these impacts on linear economy, can create systematic change in the long-term opportunities for business with social and environmental positive impacts. So some framework and models. We have here some trends in sustainable business models, and we can see in the part of the companies the possibility to create some ideas linked with corporate social responsibility and eco-efficiency, some possibilities to the companies create value and add, of course, economic value. We are in a finance panel. So in order to do it, we have sometimes some troubles, because some products are not designed as eco products. It is difficult to recycle, to reuse, etc. So it's necessary to thinking about eco-based models since the design of the products. Also thinking about social responsibility models and environmental impacts assessed by models. And of course, the sustainable reporting guidelines, the green marketing that companies can use, and also the possibility to use circular economy, zero waste, and resources depletion. So all together in different phases could be interesting to thinking about these sustainable business models. And when we're thinking in a more circular, because in my perspective, circular business models are inside the sustainable business models, are part of these business models. When we're thinking in the circular value chain, we thinking about circular supply chain, so the possibility to use renewable energy, bio-based or potentially completely recyclable materials, so reformed use of resources in the part of sourcing, manufacturing, logistics, considering a company or a harbor or a university. It's possible to thinking and adapt according to the type of organization. Also the possibility to have to optimize capacity use using sharing platform. It's important to note that circular business model are linked with digitalization. So we have some examples of circular business models that could be enhanced by digital innovation, or the example of sharing platforms that could increase possibility of collaboration, usage, access, or ownership of the products. It's not necessary by everything. It's possible to share products, machines, etc. So could be considering in marketing and sales and product use. We also have product as a service. So it's not sometimes necessary to we must think in the new model of business models, sometimes not selling a product, but selling a service. The laundry machines could be rented and not buy it. It's a possibility to enlarge the period of life of these products. The incentive to use the product as a service, and the companies must take it in account during all the process, and also extend life cycles, so the possibility to repair and maintenance. And of course, at the end, the reverse logistics and the possibility to recover and recycling the products, and not only the waste, but even the energy could be recovery for another use. So we must give value to the waste. It's important to do it. Here we have an example of the Resolve framework that have some examples and possibilities how to do it. The possibility of regenerate. We have companies that do it, shifting to renewable energy and materials, reclaim and retain and restore health of ecosystems, etc. Share, the possibility of share access. We have a lot of platforms, digital platforms that do it, such as R&B, Knowledge, Patagonia, BlaBlaCar, etc. The possibility to reuse, to sell in the marketplace of second-hand products, etc. Optimize, increase the performance and efficiency of product. Remove waste in production and supply chains. Use big data to improve the systems, and of course artificial intelligence. Close the loop. So the possibility to remanufacturing products or components, recycling materials, extract biochemical materials from organic waste, virtualize, another time the possibility of digital innovation and digitalization as an instrument of circular economy. Most of us don't use books in paper, don't have CDs to listen music. It's possible to do this conference with a keynote in Portugal, online shopping that have an increase, a huge increase during pandemic, autonomous vehicles, etc. And exchange, the possibility to replace old with advanced and now renewable materials, and use new technologies, new products, services, etc., to promote circular economy. So some examples of sharing. We bring here an example. We have some case studies. It's important to take in account the possibility of the sustainable business models and circular economy can be used around the world. And we can do it using more technological innovation, artificial intelligence, etc., but also other types, more simple types of innovation, such as frugal innovation. In some countries in Asia, in Africa, that don't have huge access to the resources, that can do it with less materials, with less impact, etc. So this is an example of case study, and this link have different case studies that the circular could be do it with less, and an example of frugal innovation. Also, another example of fashion industry. Fashion industry, it's one of the most pollutant industry in the world, since the production of the cotton, for instance, to the production of the clothes, and also the consumers, the clients that use the clothes, and the waste created by textile products with some huge tons around the world. So it's also a possibility to thinking about it, how we can use this kind of examples to introduce in our classes, and also to thinking about how we can introduce the possibility to be more circular. Also, we can find some examples of the impact for the customers of the use of a pair of jeans. This is a very knowledgeable study made by the use of one of most popular jeans from Levi Strauss. And since the production to the use by the consumer, the capacity to have impact in environment, in cotton, transportation, the cotton finish, fabric, and use and washing, it's very, very huge. So we have a lot of different examples that are studying different forums for upcycling, renting, recycling, organic, compostable jeans. I don't know if it is possible, all of them, but I know that we already have this company in Europe as an example, in jeans, that rent jeans. So it's a very interesting example of a product as a service. So when we're thinking in the jeans, we're thinking in the product, but this company transform a product in a service, and people are able to rent, to lease, in this case, to lease jeans, and they can rent it to different peoples and develop this kind of business model. We have more cases in this link, and Christopher's, you can share this presentation with other people if you want. So, but just to finish, it's important to taking in account that if we want to move on to a circular business model, it's very important the education and the behavior for change. Some of this behavior could be mandatory, changed by policy options, could be regulated, but in the universities, in higher education, we have a lot of responsibility to work on it and to introduce this kind of topics in our classes, in our research. So, new avenues and practical implications. So, business model for circular economy comes more and more as a topic, use it in different organizations. Could be studied and developed in different countries, in developed countries, but also in developing countries, such using this frugal innovation, and brings the possibility of academia and organization working together to improve these models and also answer to the demand of consumers. This is some photos, some pictures of Portuguese artists that do art with waste, named Bordal 2. It's very popular in Portugal. So some projects that I developed with some different colleagues linking to these subjects. We are in European University Alliance, and one of the topics of research, it is circular economy and circular business models. We also develop here in Portugal project, a funding project named More Business, Less Waste, to link it to the companies, to provide training to companies in order that they are more aware about the risks and also the opportunities that this kind of sustainable project can bring to companies. And of course, it's not possible, don't comment Digital for Circular Economy, an Erasmus Mais project, an Erasmus Plus project that was led by August School, and it was a pleasure, of course, participate in partnerships. This is some research that in the last years I developed, linked with circular economy, but also with corporate social responsibility in different areas. And I would like to thank with another picture of other Portuguese artists. This is an example of a jewelry in Portugal made with some plastic. It's a big sculptor from a Portuguese named Joana Vasconcelos, and represents a heart, a Portuguese heart, very used. If you comes to Portugal, you can see this heart in different places. So thank you very much again for the invitation. I hope I tried to prepare something more light, not with more theoretical approach. I hope you enjoy it, and thank you again for the invitation. I'm able to discuss, and if you have questions, please.
Thank you very much, Luisa. Are there any questions to Professor Carvalho in the audience? If yes, I can pass the microphone. Okay.
Good afternoon, Professor. I hope you hear me. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for a great presentation. And just out of curiosity, you mentioned that one of the outcomes or results during the project was social innovation. Can you please give an example of what kind of social innovation you're referring to? Was my question clear?
Yes. Thank you for your question. I comment a project that we have here in Portugal that collects food in restaurants. In the end of the day, some restaurants have foods that are not able to store for the next day. And they, with a network with no governmental organizations and municipalities, distribute this food in the cities for homeless people and people with economic difficulties. It was considered as social innovation, and they receive a lot of prizes here in Portugal, but also international. And it was a small company founded by Belgian men that live in Lisbon and develop these ideas. So sometimes circular economy are not allowed to create only economic value, but also social value. Do the possibility to reducing, in this case, the waste, creating opportunities for people that don't have possibilities to achieve food. do their social condition. So I don't know if it is your question, this one, about this project, but be free if I don't answer according what you expect to tell me.
Okay, thank you. There is a time for one more question, if there is one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. And you mentioned Portuguese companies. I'm just curious because this ESG, it's all ESG and sustainability related topics and coming from EU legislators as well. So is it that Portuguese companies are more following the compliance for the new legislation, or they really mean to do things for good things for the planet? What do you feel more like?
I think depends. I think we have some companies, and most of them the huge companies of logistic and distribution that following this compliance and these orientations. But we stay with some problems with small and medium companies. And sometimes the smaller companies are not so able and not so engaged in this process. And I think this is the issue, because Muslim companies in all of countries around the world are small and medium companies. And sometimes they are not so worried about these possibilities. They see it as a problem, not as an opportunity. And we must change this mindset, I think.
So thank you once again, dear Professor, for your valuable contributions. And I think that we all understand that value of education is delivered through institutions, through organizations. All of these organizations are building and shaping their business models, no matter whether they are for profit or non-profit. So I think that in education, where we all are, so it is important to consider the business model of our organizations and the ways how we deliver the value to society, to students, and other partners. So perhaps there will be a place for this discussion, which we will continue with a panel of experts here today. And this is a moment when I want to introduce our experts one by one. And first I would like to invite in front Dr. Iveta Ludviga, who is professor at RISEBA University of Applied Sciences and also Dean of the Faculty of Business and Economics, Director of Doctoral Program Business Management, and Program Director of a couple of Master's study programs, experienced Program Director with a demonstrated history of working in the education management industry. So, welcome. Dr. Maris Goldmanis, Senior Lecturer in Economics of Royal Holloway University of London, and he holds a PhD in Economics from University of Chicago and also undergraduate degree in Mathematics. So it's not strange that he is, well, obsessed with teaching some mathematical methods in economics and mathematical modeling and statistical methods. And he has taught also in London School of Economics and Political Science and University of Chicago. Dr. Jānis Grēviņš, CEO at Higher Education and Research IT Shared Service Center and former director and clinical associate professor at Riga Business School for more than 20 years. So, academic executive with strong focus on institutional development, technology implementation, and business linkages. And Artis Birziņš, futures thinker, startup founder, corporate board member, teaches futures thinking, change management, and cultural leadership at Nagaoka University of Technology, that's in Japan, and also in Riga Stradinj University. And his research interests include exploring major trends, disruptive technologies, and paradigm planning that impact individuals, organizations, and the world. And the artist has spent 20 years living and working in Japan and Asia-Pacific countries, so very interesting experience. And he is a graduate of Waseda Business School in Tokyo. And as it turned out, also graduate of from BA School of Business and Finance too. So you see that we have not only very differentiated background of the panelists, but I would even stress that it is intercontinental dimension that we have here. Asia, Chicago, North America, and I know that Jan is graduate from Buffalo, right? Yeah. So, and Luisa has experience in South Africa, in Brazil. So, yes. And my name is Kristaps Lešinskis. I'm assistant professor from BA School of Business and Finance and leading researcher here. So, and I will be moderating this discussion. So, and before we start, and before I give a floor to our experts, I just want to maybe give some context. So, education has always faced different challenges, and are they bigger these days? I'm not sure, I don't know, but certainly there are a lot of different challenges that we face here today, and let me just mention some, just to give some context. That is, of course, first of all, digitalization, digital platforms, digital tools, artificial intelligence, arrival of it, also in the education and online courses, distance learning, so everything that is related to digitalization. So how to exploit the opportunities and what are the threats from this new reality in the time of digitalization. And it is a challenge for both sides. It's not only for educators, it's also for the students, and students change, the new generation, which is often called something like digital natives, that are currently in the universities and will continue to arrive. They see, they receive, they perceive things differently from the previous generations. So can we be somehow synchronized on one and on the other side? And I think that also the issues about the research are very important. Here again, I can refer to some arrival of big data and other things that are related to digitalization and how the research can and should be nowadays integrated in the study process is another topic. And maybe one more aspect which could be treated today is, well, if we go into some specifics of study programs, nowadays in a rapidly changing business environment and finance sector, it's also the question, do we have to build more interdisciplinarity in studies, how much there should be for subject-specific studies, and how much they have to be general and interdisciplinarity. So this is some kind of context that I want to give, and now I want to give a floor to each of our experts to give maybe some general overview of how you see the current challenges, maybe opportunities or threats, and what is going on in general in higher education. And then we can follow on after what we see, what you say. So please, I think we could start maybe with the Professor Ludwiga.
Okay, thank you. Talking about challenges, I would love to start with a positive challenge. Our new generation learners are very much in line of what we talked today about sustainability, about green economy, about green business models. they perceive it as a must, and they really demand it from us. And teaching sustainability and all the things around green, it's very easy, it's very interesting for them, and they perceive it very positively. There are a lot of challenges in higher educational institution. Of course, it's artificial intelligence, which may be the primary one at this point, but we have one more section on that, one more panel on that, so I will leave that. This. Also, there is a huge diversity in the student body. Students are so different now. And in one classroom, for example, in my master class, I can have students who are at around 25 and also 65. And I may have in one classroom 10 nationalities. If I remember that 10 years ago, our international accreditors were advising us to have at least 25% international students in our masters. Currently, we have 90%, which is already our local students are minority. And how to teach those different mindsets, yeah, I believe that my colleague from Japan can also share. They have different styles of learning, and they have different styles of thinking, and they have different styles of presenting. And put them all together on the one platform is quite of a challenge for professors today. Yeah, maybe I will leave this other challenges to my colleagues so that I don't talk too lot.
All right. Well, first of all, as Christoph's mentioned, I'm not really into business education. I'm more on the academic side of education things, mostly mathematical modeling and that sort of stuff. But some of the challenges are, of course, common throughout higher education. Now, one of the things that have not yet been mentioned is the role of technology. And so this is something, you know, these days, especially with students having access to large language models like ChatGPT and such, of course, the first gut reaction is ban, 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 you know, make sure, you know, they don't cheat, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, you know, that reaction is entirely unproductive. This is not how things are going to be run in the future. How do we embrace the new technology rather than escape it, right? So we don't say, let's talk about math. I mean, we don't insist that people use the slide rule to do computations in the 21st century. So we also can't insist that everybody writes the same way they wrote a century ago, or even as we wrote when we were students, well, several decades ago, let's say. Right, so I think that's one of the main challenges that we need to think about. And on some level, higher education, especially academic higher education, academic subjects, not business. I think business is less guilty of this, but in purely academic subjects, our technology to some extent is the same as centuries ago, right? We lecture the same way as you know, Gauss or Newton would have lectured their students. I guess if we are still going to remain relevant, this is something that we need to think about very carefully. How do we embrace the new technology?
Thank you. Then kind of getting onto a technology where it's kind of my current job after switching a little bit of the sides. So I usually like to speak only about solutions. Challenges will always be there. So getting back to what we see out of technology, I think the formal statistics is that knowledge transfer through proper use of technology can be increased by about 25 to 30% within whatever time frame. So that the students can learn today 25% more in time X compared to what they could learn 10 years ago. However, the interesting piece is how do we achieve that, and definitely the technology is there to assist. And I think a couple of the things what today's technology does, the issue what you raised about difference in student backgrounds, yes, technology not only can accommodate that,
it also monitors that. 50% of our students, for different reasons, has different smaller or bigger mental issues after COVID and so on and so forth. Learning management platforms can monitor that and recognize that much, much faster than the faculty member has. And therefore, the universities could develop systems that they could help students to achieve their goals. And there are so. Then the second thing about the lecturing. Oh. Interestingly enough, and first of all, it came about when some Latvian faculty were studying in the United States. Actually, videos can be watched at twice the speed as compared to the lecture. So anybody who tells me I'm lecturing, my strong suggestion is, why don't you record your lecture and give it to the student to watch at their will, because number one, they will be able to do at twice the speed. Number two, if they don't understand something, they will be able to watch it at half of the speed so that they really understand what you said. But then when they come to a classroom, you actually work with them and give them the project work, gives them the joint teamwork, so that the social pressure actually helps the student to get motivation to achieve and learn more, so that they feel slight pressure not only from a faculty member and the grades, but also from their colleagues that they haven't watched that very important lecture of the faculty member. And then the last but not least, and I think that's with the business education, what can be easier than to ask large language model to write a report? And in business education, believe me or not, the large language models are very good on that. And as we now going into the research, the researchers, literature review, that's a job of large language models. There are, I was doing for my current job, the review of different research publications, systems, database, and so on and so forth. And there are very highly specialized depositories and artificial intelligence analytical tools on the web, which will prepare basically a literature review, data analysis review, data analysis comparison of very, very high advanced degree in medicine, psychology, biology, where basically you put your results in and AI will in a couple of minutes tell you what are the comparable studies. So I think these are all the opportunities we have to exploit. In business education, naturally, these are the things where we need to exploit them to the full extent, because we like it or not, business graduates have to use these technologies to advance their companies and their organizations. And so I think that's an interesting time we are in, and all sides have to learn how to use these technologies as much as possible, because they will drive the efficiency, either we or somebody else. So that, I think, is a quick view with whatever we can do. But there is no limit to what technology that they can do to help.
Okay, thank you. I believe that educational industry is in front of even bigger changes than we have experienced in the recent years with all the COVID and remote learning and so on. Because most of educational systems, schools are organized according to old traditional industrial revolution model, where we put 30 to 40 people in a classroom and expect them to follow and learn in the same pace. But I think we can see from the school years already that it really doesn't work. And there is, especially primary school, secondary school, there's so many, from my also experience, so many dropouts who couldn't make it. And I also was one of them. I almost left for a second year, actually. And I think that tendency also is continued to universities as well. But today's, since you mentioned the new generation of students, so they expect more tailored learning, more something customized for their motivations, for their curiosity, for what they want to find out about the world, and something practical for their future, so they can, you know, apply those knowledge immediately. And So this is one trend I see from this generation, and then obviously the technology, AI tutors is a big thing which is coming, I believe, which will allow us this mass customization, mass personalization for, to meet the student individual needs. So I believe this will make lots of disruption in traditional models. Yeah.
Thank you. Luisa, do you have anything to say? We are looking forward.
Yes. I would like to say that we are discussing this aspect mainly artificial intelligence, because since ChatGPT in higher education, it's a huge challenge for all how to use it, because I think we cannot forbid the use of the artificial intelligence in education. And we are trying to develop training for teachers, because now we realize that students know more about it than teachers, but I think it's normal because most of teachers are older. So we are trying to develop training for teachers, because we must adapt it to these new tools, and we can use it as a tool. And last week, I also participated in a training about how to use ChatGPT for research. And I stay a little curious because we have a lot of tools to, for instance, to develop literature review. That sometimes we need to read a lot of papers. They are able, of course, it's necessary to see the sources, but it's possible to do it with comparisons using text mining, etc. So I think we have new challenge about the use of digitalization and more artificial intelligence in the education. And I think this for teachers it's a huge challenge that we must learn more in order to use these tools in a good way, good for all. And of course, ethics, it's a very important issue in this area.
So thank you. So well, it was a very interesting, let's say, introduction here. Thinking about the things you touched upon, it is very important always to consider the recipient side. Students, and Professor Ludwiga mentioned that they are very diversified, age, nationality, etc. But the question that I would like to raise in respect to all the issues you discussed is about the cognitive, perceptive aspects of the new generation. You all work in the audiences, you have an experience for many years in this, and do you see some changes taking place? If we concentrate on and focus on those students that are coming from the secondary schools and now are about 19, 20 years old, do you see some differences in their behavior, perception, cognitive aspects, etc.? So maybe you can, yeah, of course.
Yeah, sure. Actually, there's one more challenge which was not mentioned, and it's hybrid classroom. Bringing the students actually back to the classroom is a challenge. They want everything hybrid, and then how to involve them in the hybrid, it's a problem. But about your cognitive aspects, you know, I'm not a fan of generational theory. I think that because of life is changing, the cognitive dimension of all the learners are changing, and it doesn't matter. Is this a younger generation? Is this a little bit like not so young generation? Of course, they cannot. It's for us as teachers, it's impossible to keep their education, to keep their attention more than for, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. But I would agree that it also relates to myself. I'm not able anymore to listen 1 hour and a half lecture, which I was perfectly doing when I was studying in my university. So it's changing in respect to everyone. And we should not stereotype that younger generations, they are thinking differently. I think that life is impacting us all in the same manner. We are different. All those digital technologies make us to think fast, to do things fast, and all the time, at the same time, we also lose our attention very fast. This is in relation to the cognitive aspect.
Yeah, I think that's certainly true to some extent. Of course, there's also the thing of, you know, what they say about old dogs and new tricks. So obviously, the younger generations respond to these changes quicker, right? They're exposed more to these sort of, you know, this TikTok mentality. Everything's like a, you know, 1 minute video and then, you know, flip to the next one. And so I do think that there is a generational difference. But it's also true that also we subconsciously maybe even are influenced by the same forces, maybe to a lesser extent because we're slower to respond, but still.
I think I will try to answer your question in a slightly different way. I think the demand on the alumni, on graduates of our educational programs are also shifting a lot. So let's say for universities where presumably we prepare kind of the upper level specialists, what we see there in the job market is very highly specialized, but at the same time in-depth knowledge for different areas. And I think the requirement and the question you raised about interdisciplinarity, that is absolute must today. It's the amount of knowledge required by higher level specialists is huge. Or put it differently, amount of knowledge or ability to find and use the knowledge. That doesn't mean that they remember it in heart, but that they could effectively find it, even effectively ask ChatGPT to find it for them and to summarize and then recognize whether that is a hoax or something meaningful. These are the abilities they need. But at the end of the day, they have to process huge amounts of information and very, very interdisciplinary. The whole notion of, okay, yes, we like digital. Oh yeah, digital requires something which is called interface, or we all know that 90% of app success depends on the interface, of the beauty of the interface, where we talk about the arts, about the designs and things like that. And so I think what we have to embrace is that as we give this knowledge to the students, we have to provide these different perspectives, because that also helps them to learn and keep their attention. That they're switching every minute the video, but every minute of the video then forms a complete puzzle of their understanding of the subject matter.
Yeah, I agree that this attention economy, let's call it, is really something which is affecting all of us, all ages, it doesn't matter. But at the same time, I also find younger generation students are being more flexible to using technology during the educational process, and more open to discussions and interactivity rather than older generation. That's my personal experience. Yeah.
Luisa, do you want to add something here?
Yes, I just want to say that I agree that the curriculum must be more interdisciplinary, because students must learn different aspects and develop soft skills. And in some areas during the pandemic, they stay a lot in the online, and sometimes it's difficult to develop skills that companies want that they want. And also multicultural skills and the possibility of be good citizens in Europe and in the world. and of course that they and us, we must manage a lot of information, and sometimes it's difficult. And I agree with the colleague that say that now we are able to do different tasks during different time, and sometimes we don't have a lot of patience to be online assisting to a theoretical class, etc. So we must change this this approach in higher education, of course.
Okay, thank you. Well, Jānis, you raised this issue about the absolutely must-have interdisciplinarity in studies. Maybe you could a little bit expand on this, and maybe some other experts can also add something about this, as it is really the trend for actually already many years. So, but
I think I will be bold and slightly arrogant as an American. So, and I think, and since I am a little bit involved in European innovation space, so the statement is very simple. Until Europe learns the liberal arts of American and British educational system, we have no chance in innovations. And since the other word, actually, liberal arts coming from the French of the arts which makes a person free, so it makes him flexible in all types of in his endeavors in the life. I think the key there is, and that shows some of the statistics, that the multi-interdisciplinary background education actually helps people to comprehend more knowledge later on in their life. So that's what a lot of people argue. Yes, Americans maybe spend first year of university on liberal arts, but at the same time, whenever it comes to the later years in medicine and so on, they catch up, although the technical time of medical education may be shorter. And so I think that's number one. Number two, as we speak about innovations, as we speak about development, they are all very, very interconnected. What the colleague talked about, the circular economy, the green economy. These are all the things which not only we understand the concepts, but we also have to understand, okay, what does it mean in the practice to the very end? How do we then calculate the greenness, the social responsibility of the things we do? Because sometimes one thing which kind of looks green is, when we look at the entire supply chain, we have to take a little bit of grain of salt. Maybe it doesn't look so green. And so on and so forth. So I think these are all these demands which put it in. The challenge is, how do we, again in Europe, with traditions of silos, slightly narrow educational background, and also rather narrow research traditions, how do we get into this global game and competitiveness that we start working across disciplinary boundaries, and also teach our students to work across disciplinary boundaries? And that's, I think that's I would agree that's a challenge. And some of the technology can help. We can try to move students around. We can try to mix and match students. We can try to help students. We can try to help individually the students to catch up. And so that's, I think, is the way to go. But
yeah, well, I guess discussions are always more interesting if there's conflict, but this time I have to agree pretty much 100% with what Jānis said. One of the reasons I went to study undergraduate in the US back in, well, almost the 20th century, well, actually it was the 20th century still, was precisely the idea of liberal education, where, you know, in the first of all, when you apply to university in the States, you don't apply to a department, you apply to university, and it's only toward the end of your first year when you decide what to specialize on or major in, as they say. And so in the first year, everybody everybody reads Plato, everybody reads Aristotle, but at the same time, everybody also learns how to take derivatives and integrals. I think this breadth of perspective is what matters. And I think the key here is that higher education, more so than any other type of education, vocational or even, say, medical, is focused on skill rather than knowledge. The specific subject matter changes, right? What was true when we were undergraduates in a lot of fields is very far from being true now. But what we learn during our undergraduate education that we should learn is skills, and most importantly, I would think that would be, number one, critical thinking, number two, knowledge acquisition and knowledge synthesis, where the critical thinking comes in. So these would be the first two bigger ones. And then, from this, you learn to adapt. And also, when you think about, critical thinking and understanding different points of view, this is where this broader base is important. Because within any single discipline, there are their own biases, there are their own, no matter what, well, okay, we can talk about, maybe, math is math, and there's one truth within math. But in general, when we speak about disciplines are biased in their own ways, and even if we are aware of our biases, we still tend to propagate those biases when we teach our students, because we teach what we believe, and that's right. But at the same time, our students should be exposed to different perspectives that then allow them to learn critical thinking that incorporates the understanding of the different perspectives that are out there. I think that's the key. Specialization is great at the higher levels of graduate education. You have to specialize at some extent. I mean, the Renaissance man can no longer be advancing the world's knowledge, because the knowledge has become so deep that by covering all fields, you will never go more than scratching the surface. But at the undergraduate level, you have to not so much learn the knowledge, but learn the skills, and for that you need the breadth. I think that's the key.
I agree with the colleague. Discussions are good where there is a conflict. Yeah, I agree with undergraduates of being interdisciplinary, because the life itself is interdisciplinary. That's true. But in Latvia, we have observed the situation that we have students who are coming for the second, for the third, for the fourth master even. So they are coming for very specific knowledge in a very specific, very narrow field. And very frequently they are saying, I'm doing the job, but I just want to know what's new. And so here, specialization would be very useful, very valuable in the already at the second level of studies.
Yeah, I had one student recently who made a comment like he's afraid of the future because he doesn't know what kind of skills will be needed after 2 or 3 years. So what really to invest into, and that's why interdisciplinary is probably the way to go, definitely. So you're more flexible and you have portfolio of knowledge and skills which you can apply when it's needed. And then you can, study on demand when on job or that situation. And think about also the job market. Most of the very well-paid jobs are usually interdisciplinary. Look at a data scientist in a bank, for example, financial institution, one of the most well-paid jobs, yeah? So he or she needs to know about statistics, mathematics, programming, data engineering to be successful. Yeah? And of course, the domain knowledge, this financial instruments, financial markets, yeah? Also soft skills, the presentation skills and things like that. Yeah? So a very interdisciplinary world I think we are living into.
If I just 2 comments which came into my mind as you were speaking. I think the 2 trends which we see out there. Number one is university instruction is not anymore the faculty-student direction game. What we see with the systems that a lot of today higher administration, program administration play a lot of everyday work with the students. The so-called nudging systems, which remind students about their homeworks, monitor how they are doing, monitor their mental health, whatever the other issues they have. These are all managed by administrators at a very, very personal level. And the faculty member doesn't even recognize all these issues what administrators see, and I think that's what makes that interdisciplinarity happen. And then the last one, which I think is very fun, is MBA degrees. And MBA degrees as a master's degree, you said highly specialized. Yes, it is highly specialized in having so much breadth at a so deep level that it, and really the value which comes out of MBAs that it covers everything and in an integrated but very, very shallow way. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Luisa, anything from Portugal?
I would like to share that in Portugal, we also have a more high level of specialization in masters. But students, when we ask students sometimes wants to have some more flexible curricula, have some signatures that they can select in different schools, work with different colleagues. I think sometimes depends on the type of course and also the profile of the student. But be more flexible. It's not the meaning of don't have core knowledge, because otherwise they are not able to develop the task. But it's different because sometimes some courses are so focused that are some training for a specific task, and sometimes this task disappear in some years. We stay with some new technology or something like that, and people must be able to adapt to new conditions. So it's training this mindset in order they are able to develop these skills to can be adapted and answer to the challenge of the market. So I think it's about it. It's not about the core knowledge that they must have in different areas of specialization.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that we could speak here for an hour with these experts, but unfortunately our time is out, and I think we have to thank our experts panel with applause. So thank you very much. Thank you, Luisa.
And the certificates. Luisa, Zoom, please.
Hello.
Iveta Ludviga. Amaris Goldmais. Jānis Grēviņš. Artis Birziņš. And finally, Kristaps Lešinskis, moderator. Applauses. And photo, common picture of all participants.
So, dear conference participants, dear panelists, I see that also we have Michael joined from another side. Hello.
Hi.
Yes,
How are you all?
Dr. Gerlich, nice to see you that you've been with us today and also passionately waited for the conference to start again. So my name is Tatiana Volkova. I'm professor here at BA School in Business and Finance. And to remind you, today's conference topic is leading transformations towards sustainability, headwinds and tailwinds. And here the plenary session was many different good ideas in plenary session discussed, but our panel discussion main topic is about how AI is transforming education, higher education sector, also research, and it's my pleasure to introduce panelists today. And I will start with my colleague from Higher Education Council, Chair of Higher Education Council, Dr. Professor Andris Teikmanis. He is also professor at Art Academy of Latvia, and also near to him, he is a Professor Iveta Ludviga from our partner institution, RISEBA, and she has many roles to fulfill, but just to save time, I will not going to explain everything. Our guest lecturer, Ervins Butkevich, and I know him for many years, and during those years he has grown up and now is considered like a senior expert in artificial intelligence as well, and doing many other activities in business and in public sector as well. And we have also as a panelist Professor Dr. Vispaldis Valtenbergs from University of Latvia, also our partner institution, and he's leading researcher, big experience in different organizations working also, and also associated Professor Zane Varpiņa from Stockholm School of Economics and Riga. And Michael Gerlich, coming from Swiss Business School, the head of Center for Strategic Corporate Foresight and Sustainability, and head of Executive Education. Having such panelists here, and the first question, of course, in order to start how AI is transforming education, maybe you can give some initial thoughts about what is really happening already and what we could expect in near future, how AI is going to transform even more what we are doing, and then we will discuss further how we are ready for this. Are we ready or not? Yeah, maybe some initial thoughts. And from the beginning, I think I would like to ask Michael to start, and then each panelist will contribute. Please.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, for the past years, my research was mainly based on the societal impact of AI, and as well in the educational sector. And I have to say, well, we are standing at the very beginning of artificial intelligence, right? So what can we expect? We can expect, I think, your wildest dreams that come. We are about 3 to maximum 5 years to will see a super intelligence rising up. At least that's what the experts say that I have been in contact with from Microsoft, OpenAI, Google and Amazon. That means it has as well a huge impact on how we are teaching, right? We were teaching a lot of content, and content will be available already through artificial intelligence on your smartphone, right? So we have to consider, especially in higher education, how are we going to train our students critical thinking? Because in my experience, so I'm teaching at SBS, but as well at LSE in London and in Cambridge, that in all cohorts, I can see with the event of artificial intelligence that the critical thinking directly decreased, right? And we have to bring this up again. We have to make sure that students focus more on the critical thinking and we focus less on content. It's an exciting time. from the tools in the classroom to the tools outside of the classroom that students can use. I mean, the large language models like GPT, I think we all know, and it's being used, having its positive and negative sides, obviously. And it continues to the technology that we're going to use in the classroom ourselves, right? So very exciting time.
Exciting, indeed, it's exciting. Today we also have heard many interesting stories how our lives been transformed towards sustainability again, but we are linking now towards using AI in our education in order to prepare our students for this even more excited future. And now I would like to ask Professor Teikmanis to contribute on the topic.
Well, thank you. Sorry. Thank you first. It's my pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for possibility to be part of this panel and discuss with honorable colleagues these issues that I really believe are quite important at this moment. Of course, if we look back at the last 2 years, there were plenty of expectations when we first heard about artificial intelligence and particularly about generative artificial intelligence, particularly about large language models. And also there were great expectations when we first heard about generative artificial intelligence in the field of media creation, image creation, sounds, video creations that also would be used and would be transformed by the means of generative artificial intelligence. Of course, some changes and challenges that arise were addressed, and other was like just left outside, and particularly if you are looking at the situation in Latvia or Baltic states or even European Union in general, we are like not on the first stages of development at this moment, and somehow we are just being affected by the development of these technologies that's being conducted in other regions of the world. So we are in quite a dual situation, and artificial intelligence is, particularly we are living, and if we speak about Latvia, we are living in the situation of polycrisis at this moment, and artificial intelligence is one of them, probably not the worst one, but as honorable colleague mentioned, there is also future commitment to create super artificial intelligence in the 3, 5, or 10 years. And then, of course, it will meet major destruction and of anything that we were accustomed and used it to be before. At this moment, we are trying to cope somehow with this disruption created by artificial intelligence tools, integrate in the curriculum of our students, and the first outcome, the first thing that we started to realize that the most important study result somehow is capability of thinking, some kind of cognitive potential, and interaction with models of artificial intelligence require some kind of new skills, set of skills actually, that could be named like a metacognitive set of skills. And as educators, we are now obligated to provide our students with them. But it's like as a first realization. And also I should mention that in Art Academy and other arts and culture universities, we are part of the project where we are researching impact of artificial intelligence on the art and culture. That's also part of the way how our ordinary lives is being affected, and it will change dramatically the way how we use, reflect, and produce our self-culture as such.
Thank you, Professor. And now I will give word to, yes, Professor Ludviga, please.
Thank you. I will speak from the perspective of the business school. artificial intelligence is coming, and it's not our choice. We can use this opportunity, or we can reject to use, but of course we must use this opportunity. And as a law, students know much more than our professors. This is a challenge for the professors. And I would say that the biggest challenge is for the professors how to go in line, how to keep ahead, how to continue learning, because as our colleague also said, we are just 5 years. After just 5 years, we will expect something really huge, and a lot of things will be changing, and we must change in line. Otherwise, no education. Some universities think about putting some rules or banning something. Unfortunately, this definitely will not work. From my experience, I can tell that it is really a plus when my students with very diverse backgrounds, with maybe not so good level of English, use artificial intelligence. And if they apply this critical thinking, then they produce really very good quality works, much better than without it. So I would say it's a very good tool, and we just need to learn how to use it. And critical thinking, I think, here is essential.
Please,
may I compliment with a story? Just imagine, ordinary day, you're going through your routine. It's just all usual stuff, and suddenly you experience yourself in extremely cold water. This is how I could compare. Today might be, but then you start to think for a momentum, what's the hack of this? You might start to blame external world, then maybe yourself as well as, I'm stupid, what I'm doing here. Maybe then you, being very smart, start to design kind of a boundaries. Maybe you start to ignore it, coldness. It all comes with artificial intelligence as well as. And there is another way that you understand that this is true, what's going around me, and maybe it's not so bad. And the best example is this is what you're doing today. We are talking about this and talking with a bit positive sign and inspiring, talking about cases, use cases, like you just said, there is some positive outcome. It gives more and more confidence in myself first and to my colleagues as well as. That's where we are going.
Great. Let's take positive look further. Professor Waltenbergs, maybe you could contribute more on this.
During the year of 2022, University of Latvia started to elaborate the guidelines of using of artificial intelligence into teaching. And this year the guidelines were accepted, adopted, and before, of course, the adoption, there was a discussion between the faculty and also between the students about how we are going to proceed with it. And of course, there were no clear answers. There were interesting questions, but there were very little answers. And I could definitely capture this as a state of the art today in the higher education in the University of Latvia, and also I think in the higher education in general. However, I think since in University of Latvia there's an excellency center of now studies of artificial intelligence, the lab of artificial intelligence in the computer science department. And also for a long time we've been doing quantum computing and algorithms for quantum computing. Of course, the discussion about the generative AI came out of these chambers of scientists to caves of scientists, and in 2002 it kind of became more accessible to the general public, to the general faculty and the students. And when I asked students to characterize the role of the generative AI in their world, they said that it is definitely a calculator on steroids. They said that it is definitely a very reliable teammate who always shows up in time in the group work. And they also told me that this is basically a person or instructor who never gets bored of questions, even the repetitive ones. So, of course, you can see that the role of the traditional instructor is quickly fading away.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please go ahead. Yeah,
right, so what I can contribute to the discussion here is by bringing the example of SSC Riga, where we do have, from that sort of field experience here, what we have pretty liberal generative AI use policies. So students are permitted to use generative AI, ChatGPT, anything they would like to do, as long as they acknowledge that they have done that and show how they have done that. And a piece of research that we have done on our students, on the case here, we have looked at how students use it, permitted to do anything with that, and what effects this has on student writing, essay writing, thesis writing. So what we observe is that while the students use ChatGPT and generative AI, everyone, like literally everyone, based on the survey, and in all different kinds of ways. And what we observe is that the student, as a result product, the essay or the thesis has actually become better, because the language is flawless, the arguments are structured, and things like that. So, but what we are concerned about is the learning outcomes that students take away with this exercise as you have as of writing, because being from academia, we perceive that, well, writing is a cornerstone of academia that develops critical thinking, creativity, personal voice, and everything. And we are very, very concerned that this is something that students are not learning once they get their hands on this. And one example to bring in here, I think, is something that we observe with, well, some of the weakest students, I assume, but it doesn't exclude that it stands to also for others, is that the way students approach research and writing has become very different. Instead of doing sort of the academic evidence-based way of research and study, where you gather data, bring in arguments, and then support your argument with the data. They do it the other way. They get ChatGPT to create their structure or arguments, and they tailor the data to fit the argument in the what that is made. And I think this is very, very dangerous. So the students sort of basically get led in the direction, well, not critically thinking and thinking for themselves. Well, there are other, of course, examples and other ways, but this is, I think, the most dangerous one that I would perceive.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. And I see Dr. Gerlich, and we're coming back to you because you started with critical thinking, and now the row, came up again about it, or maybe other things you would like to add, please.
No, I can fully agree with what the colleague just said before me. Thank you so much. And this is exactly where the problem is, right? And we in higher education have to think as well, what is the benefit of asking a student to write an essay, right? So in the future, there will probably different skills be needed from human beings, from academics, right? It's not going to be that we can write an essay, but what the colleague just said as well, and supported what I'm saying, the critical thinking is necessary. And the way we taught before, critical thinking had been supported, because the process when you did your research, you were searching for literature over a month, let's say, to find what it is. It really, it increased your view. So when you do a proper literature review, you start somewhere, and while you read, you see that you get more themes, you add more themes, and you broaden your view, and that changes your whole critical thinking about the topic. Now with the help of GPT, for 0, whatever you have. That's now very easy. It does it for you. It gives you the result, and we use that. Now the question is, if AI is really further developing, right? And it comes within 3 to 5 years, whatever, we're going to have a super intelligence and it can really do the research better than we do it. Then what kind of skills are being needed? And I think that's what we have to discuss and have to think about, right? Not what we have today, but where are we going to be in 5 years? Because the development of AI is exponential. I remember the head developer in AI from Microsoft told me, Michael, it's not even exponential, it's beyond exponential, right? So the development will be so fast that the things that we are thinking today are already outdated tomorrow, right? So let's think ahead, 5 years. What will people coming from university, what kind of skills do they need? And what I can see is critical thinking, at least for quite some time, AI will not be able to do as well as we do. Intuition, an AI will not be able to do. Our students learn intuition by having the practical application. We do cases with them again and again. And I think this is where we have to focus more, right? For me, it's very difficult. I am teaching as well, right? I pretty much had to change all my course. Because, I mean, just to tell the students go and write an essay about something, that's no longer suitable, right? And there is this high risk that they're going to misuse the AI. We at SBS, for example, we encourage students to use artificial intelligence, obviously, right? I mean, use all the tools available, but don't misuse it. The same thing like the colleague was saying before, you have to cite in the proper way and say how you used it. Question is how, well, honest are students in general. But again, what do we want to teach the students? And what I can see, it's special skills. So these are skills that humans have that an artificial intelligence cannot have, and that would be so far critical thinking, it would be as well intuition, and we have to focus more on the application, not so much getting the students the opportunity to zoom out of the thinking process, right? Before AI, that wasn't possible.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those valuable thoughts. And really, it was already observed that we are not talking so much at the institutions, so universities, academies, about what these future skills, competencies are needed, because say for next academic year, we invite students here to study, and we have to know in advance, not only 4 or 5, but keeping in mind master level study programs, it's together comes, you know, to 5, 6, even more years ahead. And that's why this dialogue, it's not so well developed among business partners, other partners, for what future we are preparing our students. And you started already to talk about skills. So we know that competencies are much broader, like knowledge, skills, attitudes, which forms these competencies. And therefore, I will ask also, I'm asking panel to contribute. You mentioned already, Dr. Gerlich, about this something which remains stable. But I will ask others also to say, what else will deliver this stability in this ergodic world, VUCA world, call it like, and we already learned it, critical thinking, this is one of skills what is needed, and among others, please, which ones? Intuition, Dr. Gerlich mentioned, but what else? What else remains stable? Please.
If I may, I think that in the long run, nothing will remain stable. But still, in a shorter run, people's skills will remain stable. We still are human beings. We still want to talk with people. We still want to be able to communicate with people. So this is something which still remains, because communicating with ChatGPT is not the same as communicating with people, even if some say it is better. But still, we should somehow teach this one, like different kind of emotional intelligence. Of course, someone argues that ChatGPT is very emotional. If you ask emotional question, it answers emotionally. Yes, it does. But still, I don't think it's able to understand people, really.
Yes. Erwins, and then, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a quite good question. And of course, all these models are becoming better and better in the way how they communicate with us. And sometimes they are even best our friends. And there are millions of people now around globe who are communicate with artificial intelligence models, not with another human beings. And so I think one of the biggest challenge for humanities at this moment, and somehow I'm afraid that my colleagues on humanities are not address it actually at this moment. There is necessity to answer to this quite simple but difficult question: what really we humans are, who are humans, how we are different, and particularly how we will differ from the artificial intelligence models in the future. If we until now we saw the value of human beings in some functional way as workforce, as some kind of military force, or of somebody who build up or develop or research something. But if we will have tools that would make all these things better than us, what would be our value as human beings? The necessity to answer this challenging questions in the near future, I think it's absolutely important. So when we will come to our auditories next autumn, we also should ask our students these questions. They should be prepared that these questions arise, and they should be prepared to find answers to these questions. Otherwise, yeah, we will fail them.
Yes, thank you. Maybe from your side, what are those stable skills?
Yeah, back to your question.
Please.
I think 3 things each student in university and college must pass and learn. First is prompt engineering, how to ask smart questions in order to get better answers. Second, how to make and build assistants. This is about tailoring artificial intelligence to your personal needs and to fit to your objectives. And the third one, I compliment our colleagues about critical thinking, because what matters is define very clearly my personal attitude towards those responses. Is it really credible, or there is something in doubt? You need to learn how to do this in a smart way.
Thank you so much. Yes, let's move forward. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's not an easy question to ask, but my experience so far has been that when we talk about some sort of skill or values that will last or outpace the technology, I think we first have to look at who is elaborating this technology and what are the interests of those who are implementing this technology in the world, to some extent, and what are the values and the tasks that they want these technologies to solve. I think this is ultimately the question that we should answer. I'm a political scientist by training, by the way. That's why I asked this question, and this will answer a lot of questions that we ask about student skill sets. Of course, the AI, the capacity to know different AI tools, AI literacy in general. This is something that will be required in a labor market, and is already required in the labor market. That's number one. Number two, I think importantly, we have to differentiate between different disciplines and areas of study when it comes to application of AI. I think in social scientists, I think the colleagues mentioned more examples from the social scientists with a lot of writing and background study. That's one area. But also in other areas, for example, law. Law is very much national-centric. We have to know national legal systems, for example. And here, you don't find many open data sources because a lot of legal information when it comes to national legislation is not available for the large language models. Not yet. They will be available soon, but we have to see how small language and medium language models develop. Are they going to be developed on the basis of national corpuses, legislations, etc., to give much more feedback to the language models. And the third, I think, important difference is the research use of AI versus teaching use of AI. Researchers might use AI for different means and different purposes. There could be different methodologies, but when it comes to teachers, for example, they have to be very, very well versed not only in knowing about the different tools, but also be very well versed in choreography, how to use these tools, in what stages in their teaching, what assignments specifically, how to combine these assignments, how to tailor these assignments to get much more effectiveness in learning outcomes, etc., etc. So these are the things that come to mind.
Yes, very complicated issues coming and expectations are rising. So super pedagogical, you know, these activities we have to deliver. Please, Anne. Yeah.
Right. Well, a very difficult question indeed, and probably not even able to answer it here in this panel, definitely. But I think if we sort of come back to your question about whether the lasting, the stable skills that a human, a person should know, I think I would say those would be the kind of skills, and I'm not naming them yet, but the ones that would allow us to stay on top of the technology, in control of the technology, and make it work sort of for our benefit. Bearing in mind that they're developing exponentially or beyond that, but whether the tools and skills that will permit us to, you know, us control the technology for our need. And then I think there are really two sets of those, and the ones are very high level of digital skills, the prompt engineering that was mentioned, the ones that, you know, technically makes the technology really do what we want. But then the other one are the so-called soft skills or the transversal skills. And we are back to our critical thinking, we are back to creativity, we are back to empathy and those kind of skills that we think and we probably hope even in some ways that the Gen AI cannot do instead of us. So those would be the ones that sort of we actually need both. And if you look at, for example, World Economic Forum top 10 skills in the future labor market, then we see that out of 10, I think only 2 are the technical digital skills. Everything else is, as I mentioned already, is soft skills, which is our, you know, some things that we are strong in. So,
thank you so much. And we have, from our discussion, already learned that expectations are rising up. Yeah. Professors, lecturers, researchers must do this and that, demonstrate different level of competencies to be able to transform this knowledge also to the students, to deliver this AI literacy, this all kind of also literacy in many different aspects related to their future professions. And of course it should be done in partnerships. That means that we all have to grow together. And therefore, it's partnerships and partners who contribute even to bringing agenda on the classes, coming and telling what's happening in business, coming with ideas for research proposals, for bachelor thesis proposals, also masters and so on. But my question to you, are we ready to transform our relationships, to transform our way we are working in academia, to maybe to remove those still existing barriers between what we are doing here and what business is doing, and to which directions we have to foster further relationships in order to build better societies, where students are going to live and we are going to live, hopefully. So who would like to start? How to come to this nice ideal state that we not only must, but we are doing and we're doing right. Please, Dr. Gerlich, yeah.
Unfortunately, academia is one of those sectors that is most resistant to change. I mean, that's what we have seen in the past, and I agree with you totally. Cooperation is needed. It's fast needed. In academia, unfortunately, we have too many egos. It's the brands that dominates. Universities often separate from each other, right, to make a difference and show we are better than others. But I think those times are over. And I think it's about individuals, like we are here today together, that through individuals, we foster that cooperation in academia, which is urgently needed, right? I mean, it's as well the question, as you were saying correctly, right? Bachelor to master's, we talk 6 years. Right? The question is, when we look at the speed of change with the technical advancement, in 6 years, what we might be teaching at the beginning of the course might no longer be relevant at the end of the academic journey. Maybe we even have to change the higher education system and work into modules, right? So maybe shorter times, but throughout your whole life, you have to do it. But we cannot do that alone, right? Cooperation is needed. But my strong belief is that existing corporations should be further fostered that already exist, and this can only go through individuals. Institutions, I mean, the one colleague said nicely that 2 years ago or something, if I remember correctly, or even more, the rules on AI at universities were created and now they are being implemented, right? Our institutions, our universities often take too much time. And for this cooperation, we have to reduce the time. We have to come closer and we have to go beyond our egos that we have as institutions. And events like this help there a lot. And I'm very thankful for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Indeed, this is transformational regarding the way we are working in universities, how we are structuring, because it's on strategic level, transformation should take place, and already it's been mentioned, AI policies created in some universities, AI officers, or even vice deans for AI, or like in Arab Emirates, they do have AI minister. It's on political level already decision taken, and these AI vice rectors are initiating different projects and so on. Therefore, we need to empower our academic staff, our administrative staff, our students, our partners, and then maybe you can provide some solutions how we could empower to face those challenges and to come better prepared, that we are embracing those changes, that we know that it's unavoidable, like this cold water. It's already here. We have to swim. What could be your suggestions? What could be advice for rectors, vice rectors, and maybe for professors and lecturers, how we can live through these changes? I will start. Oh, yes, Zana, because you are going to leave, that's why I will let her to say yes first.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I didn't want to interrupt you, but indeed, I will go after this. Well, I think one of the very important ways how, but I think we're trying to do is to bring all the stakeholders on board, and especially students. And students are really they're really smart, and they are going ahead faster than us in technology adoption. So and that would sort of by bringing them on board, and that's not an easy task generally, but if there is a way to make sure that we keep our learning outcomes in mind, that well, what are the skills we want to develop, and then work together with students, and also see the way how they use it and how we react to what they use, and giving a fair scope for flexibility and experimenting. This is what we have done in those 1.5 years now, that the courses have done very different things. We have encouraged specifically to take, artificial intelligence material and work on it to make it better, and sort of different kinds of approaches. So I think the students are a very important part of it.
So relationships are changing between academic students. We all are learners.
We are all learners indeed.
Yeah. Good. And then I will ask, and then we will go to your side. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you. It's it's a really tough question how we could empower all these academic members of academy, students, staff, representatives of administration, researchers, stakeholders, and we are like dealing with necessity to not only create this particular knowledge, but also to spread in the wide and right way. And the first step would be some kind of learning stuff. Students, representatives, administration should be trained to use artificial intelligence. My experience from these last 2 years are that many times people are being afraid of the tools of artificial intelligence because they don't know it. And then they don't know it, and then they are afraid to ask somebody else for help and to show. And I have even situations where not only people from Latvia, but people from outside, from abroad, from another countries and other institutions are privately asked, Andris, please show me how to use these tools, because they are afraid to ask in their home institutions. They are afraid to show in their home institutions that they are not literally and being able to use all these tools. And the first thing people should overcome this situation of when they are afraid. And this should be the first steps. And the next one would be develop different levels of programs. Particularly if we look at the higher education landscape in Latvia, we should admit that even today, we don't have any kind of master or bachelor program in artificial intelligence. I know several universities is going to prepare, but our regulations are so slowly putting so big stress on the formal aspects that universities are not ready to develop in the fast ways. But not only to develop some specific programs in the artificial intelligence, but necessity to embed elements of artificial intelligence in every program courses, and not only in higher education, but on all levels of education in secondary schools and also basic education. So this is the only way how we could develop society that would be sustainable, and that could be some kind also with particularly skills like critical and ethical. I believe that not only critical but ethical thinking is quite important for the future use of artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Brilliant ideas. Only it's a pity that we don't have much more time to discuss, but let's move further. But great ideas. Thank you, please.
Thank you. I think that continuous learning, of course, is a key here, or sustained learning, which is a terminology invented by our PhD students, that we professors need to really embrace this sustained learning, because without that, our students are going ahead of us. And I also are thinking that we are designing these intended learning outcomes for all our programs and also for all our study courses. I think that we need now to redesign them a little bit, taking into consideration artificial intelligence. First of all, that assignments must be designed in a way that they use artificial intelligence for a good purpose, and nothing else is possible. Yeah, I think this is responsibility of the teachers to design assignments in a way that students can use artificial intelligence, but they can use it ethically, responsibly, and there is no such a question about should I test, was it used, was it not used, because this is not possible to test. We only get into very unpleasant situations with that. Yeah, probably that's.
Thank you so much. Erwin, yeah, please.
We could approach promotion of artificial intelligence implementation in 2 ways. One is external. Let's take an example of France President Macron. This week, at the very beginning, he announced 400 million for 9 universities. This is money to boost artificial intelligence in order to produce 40,000 till 100,000 students. Therefore, external stimuli shapes the whole industry of education. And suddenly, strategically, France decided to become #1, together with Germany, probably. If we do not have such money, and if we could rely solely on just our institution, then I think we could do this in 2 years. In the first year, we should do 3 things. First is strategically decide why do we need this. Answer tough questions, and this gives the cornerstones of the change program. The second is to build infrastructure, to have a proper, I cannot go to servers, but go to the paid program to each teacher in order to use the in full capacity general purpose IE. The third issue is a policy, which should be starting from how teachers could use or professors and finishing how we treat master thesis or PhD students' writings. Then on a second year, we should work with each professor teacher in order to make him or her as an ambassador of his niche knowledge enhanced with artificial intelligence. It brings to changing curriculum of our subjects, including this artificial intelligence. And of course, underneath there should be second issue, research done towards artificial intelligence issues. And of course, at the end of the day, the third is initiatives. We somehow need to gratitude, respect, pay tribute to those who are doing this by sharing, glorifying, by even paying money.
Great.
You love this.
Fake money. Great, Erwins. You have already planned, yes, ready. Only we need to...
Give me university.
Yes. We need only those who would be following and give you university. Thank you, but great thoughts. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, it's very difficult to add to such a structured program, but every strategic plan is something that we should keep in mind, but also be able to modify if there are some external changes occur, given there are no big disruptions in the society and the university and in global relationships. Given that there is a certain stability, I think it is worth of empowering those who use AI. I mean the teachers and researchers and also the students and as informal learners, teachers, communities. I mean, not only the teachers, but also the students come in and informally work on the best practices and improving the courses. We have had, you know, you're all university administrators, and you know that if the Ministry of Education is initiating something, then, you know, usually the professors take it as a, you know, as a sign that they have to do something. They have to change everything, and they don't want to do that. It's difficult to achieve, you know, the integration of the new competences in curricula, etc., etc. It creates a natural resistance. I think we should be able to combine these bottom-up and top-down approaches when it comes to implementing AI, and do not forget about the resources, because in order to create good curricula, good integration of AI components, good integration of value-based education and everything like that, you need resources, you need time to work on case studies, you need time to test if it works or not with your students, discuss it, you know, involve students. It is imperative that we do not just shoot in the dark and see if it works or not. We need some time. So don't forget about resources. Don't forget about the fact that Latvia is a small country, and we need to unify all resources under maybe the Center of Excellence, you know, who combines the experts. And also work on collaborative projects of research and also curricula building and integration.
Thank you also for very interesting thoughts and already providing directions where we have to pay attention. It seems that careful planning is needed, resources are needed, enthusiasm. It's like a movement of within universities, within society, that we are going to benefit a lot from application of AI in education, research, in governing universities. And Dr. Gerlich, might you add something? Because we are going almost to finish, but I would like still to leave some time for questions from audience. But if you could conclude this round of answers.
No, thank you so much. Well, there's one thing I want to say. I think I heard a lot of approaches that believe that we are in control. I think the first thing that we have to do is to understand we are not in control. AI is developing a lot faster than we believe, and to build processes that will take years, anyway, we will be outrun. So I think that's as well, so I come from foresight. I think we should rather consider where we're going to be in 5 years and have really a great fantasy and then build towards that. I just want to quote the CEO of NVIDIA, who said correctly, and I can only support that through the research that I did, and he said, parents, don't send your kids anymore to study computer science, because the computer language is now English. And as well, when we talk about prompt engineering, that's already old. I mean, I've been using, like I said, for more than 3,000 hours AIs, and the prompting got so easy. Give it another 6 to 12 months, and a 12-year-old can prompt just with normal language to artificial intelligence. I think we are currently not really, our mind isn't open enough what AI will bring. And we that we really can prepare. I'm ready for that, and I'm hoping that this event today showed that as well, that there are other universities, other institutions and individuals that are ready for this. Let's sit together and prepare for this, but not in the way that we prepared in the past, but how it's going to be in the future. The speed of change is exponential. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you for this nice closing almost words. But I would like to ask the audience, might you would like to ask some questions to panelists? Yes, please, Tim.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the panel and for the information. I want to come back to the start of the discussion. You talked about skills, what skills we needed or what skills we need in the future. And what came into my mind, the question, okay, when we are less teaching hard facts and more skills in school, how should, when we then get from ChatGPT or something, we get information from them, how should we check them? So when we don't have hard facts, how should we have the critical thinking, what is correct and what is maybe not perfect from the AI? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, we have answers.
May I?
Yeah, please.
One particular case, when you as a professor ask students to do A/B test, one answers you are getting from large language models. Then students going and searching the same questions or problem solutions from scientific databases. Then they do their critical thinking A/B test, revising both and giving their point of view. This is how they also learning about the world.
Thank you. Please.
I just would like to mention that, of course, we mainly spoke about ChatGPT and other similar large language models, but nowadays we have plenty of particular special tools developed particular for research purposes, like a Perplexity. That's a really good search engine, where search engine is being combined with a large language model. There are plenty of tools for review of scientific literature, like Semantic Scholar or Scite or another one. And by use of such tools, you could get the faster literature reviews and working without them. And so my advice to students are always use several of tools. First answer is to get the first answer by the outline of answer from the ChatGPTs, and use Copilot or Google Gemini to cross-reference, cross-check, and then in the last stage use Perplexity to get on stage that these are real facts. So such advice.
Yes, thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time is over, but I enjoyed it personally very much. I hope that you also liked our discussion and will bring something new back from today. And now I invite our colleague, Council Member Andris Nātriņš, to reward our efforts.
Reward all experts with these certificates. And Professor Michael Gerlich. Zoom, please.
Thank you so much.
Andris Teikmanis. Visvaldis Veltenbergs. Ervins Butkevičs. Un Iveta Ludviga. And finally, moderator Tatjana Volkova, professor. And final picture. And before, thank you to everybody. Thank you to co-organizers. RISEBA, University of Applied Sciences, and SSC in Riga, and the University of Latvia, and Kaiserslautern. And thank you to all experts in all sessions, and to very patient audience. Thank you. And thank you to colleagues, organizers, DJs, Tatjana, Leta team, and Jānis Laivinieks, and all our team together.